in Mali and in Niger. This was due to our geographical localization as well as our environmental vulnerability. We observed losses and destructions, and for us, the African Union and the African Development Bank should bring urgent responses, adapted responses to facilitate the reconstruction process so that everyone could get back their livelihood. And we didn't see any fast reaction from the African Union and the African Development Bank. So we are expecting some relevant answer for our three countries. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup pour la question et la contribution.
Thank you for your question.
Okay, so, our esteemed panelists, this is the moment, use this moment to respond to us, address you, and also make I'm moving. Did you hear me? All right, please, let me just call the panelists. We'll start with Carla. Respond to the question and then make your final closing remarks. Yeah. You can start with Carla.
Sorry. Yes. Probably I will start just because I need also to leave. And I think there were, for me, two questions. One on emission trades. What I wanted to say that, of course, it is a system that is put in place by Europe. And we are discussing also here about carbon market, and we are absolutely ready to share our experience with our African partners and the leaders, and to put in a system in the similar way. Has to be something that has to be really very well regular. There is a regulation about this. You cannot improvise. So, but ready to share on experience in Europe with a partner around the world. The second question for me was about clean tech. You're absolutely right. It's very, very important when we look to adaptation, to mitigation, to ensure that there is a shared technology around the world between countries. And what I want to underline here, that also this is a domain where the private sector could play an important role. And in order the private sector to be able to contribute with their own finance, their own expertise, their own technology, it's also important that we have an environment that will lead and will contribute, will facilitate investment for the both to work with the private sector in order to them be able to share their technology, the new technology, and at the same time we need to work at the national level, creating an environment that will enable increased investment for the private sector in different countries. Many, many thanks. Unfortunately, I will have to leave. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Carla. Thank you. We appreciate it. Thank you. No. Minister?
Thank you very much. Again, you can hear me? Hear me? Okay. I think part of it is that part of the discipline is to be hard on yourself. We are rushing against time because we started late. Yeah. Next time, let's improve on time. Want to. Guess me loud or
it's breaking. You can come up, please. Yes.
Professor, Councillor, Doctor, thank you for the beautiful questions and comments. I think the gap in knowledge and proposal and the rest of it is part of the capacity building. And that's why we got to build more capacity, but the young African students have to study much more harder. It seems to be that sometimes the focus is so much political and critical thinking is eroded. And so we have less of a capacity. And sometimes the capacity is built, but never built. So part of it is that critical thinking, critical of people we need to develop in terms of critical thinking and how to write properly and how to make a proper argument. And we have some challenges in that area as well. You spoke about speaking with one voice. And I think we can also learn from our colleagues, the Europeans, on this one. When you attend the international conferences, especially on the contentious issue, Sweden will come and say first, I agree with the EU position, and in addition, and they all will go in that line. When can we get at that point so we have a commonality in thinking and structure? We'll do that by developing common position, but also holding ourselves much more accountable. I think they have certain amount of power and they have economic power, and which we're lacking in some instances. So we have to try to make sure, because the talking is one thing, but what is there to back the talking is another thing. I think that speaking with one voice is very, very important. The question about the EU market and the restriction on timber export, that's an important question. But I think the intention is good on their part because they're trying to limit bad behavior in terms of how it's going. And what I was talking about is we are practicing intensive agriculture to produce rice in a smaller place, lowland, instead of forest land. So in other words, we actually abiding by some of the rules in terms of what the EU is doing, restricting law and the rest of it. And the reason why they're doing that, again, they have a bigger market, why they have a greater economic power. So sometimes, you know, that economic power is very important. And I'm hoping that African leaders will rise up to the point where in the future, if not us, our generation will have similar economic power so that you speak with a bigger voice as well. I think those are it. My friend from Bukana talked about the flaw in the situation. It's affecting everywhere. Even in Liberia, we're getting a lot of flaw in the situation, erratic rainfall, and this is just part of the impact of climate change that we all have to deal with. But some innovations will be really in terms of what we do with those areas. In Liberia, we're doing something now wherein in the city areas, certain areas have been occupied either by trash or by building. So we have to try to clean the city so we get the water to flow, so we have less of an impact when we get the erratic rainfall and the rest of it. Just a lot we can talk about. Again, in closing, I want to say thank you very much for organizing the event. I think it's important to start this conversation, but it will have to be hard on ourselves if we get it working. Our leader will have to be hard on themselves in terms of saving resources. We can only base so far, but we really need to do a lot by ourselves. And when we have more, we can even talk about what we're doing at the EPA in terms of domestic resource mobilization. I think it's important. Because sometimes some of the negotiations also, if you are always funded by somebody, there is a way to dictate your action. That funding aspect is critical, and there where the focus is going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you. Dr. Dosuma? Yes.
Quickly, can you hear me? I want to touch quickly on the question relating to technology transfer. I think I spoke about it in my previous statement. I believe this is a very critical issue because, and I know that it is currently being discussed here, it's part of the agenda of the Conference of Parties for several years now. I'm not sure the solution was found, but I believe this is going to be an ongoing conversation. And it's timely that this issue be addressed now because of the need for technologies, both for mitigation and adaptation. The key barriers are there, we know them. One of them being the intellectual property rights. And I hope that the negotiation will help us come up with a solution to it. But I think this is a global issue that needs to be addressed through cooperation, through multilateralism, etc. Finally, I think on this issue, if it's not only about transferring technologies from developed countries to developing countries, but I believe there is also a need to develop, indigenous technologies. There is also indigenous knowledge that could be captured and used to scale up adaptation actions. I believe we need, while waiting for technologies to be transferred, we need to use existing technologies and knowledge in order to support adaptation action. Finally, I'm going to address the question posed by my brother from Burkina Faso. Moi, je pense que les pays sont au courant des mécanismes.
I think that the countries know the existing mechanism to access the resources to face natural disasters. We know which mechanisms are available. So I'm sure that your three countries have already asked an emergency help for those recent floods. I think we need to go further. We need to anticipate and to try to prevent disasters. This is why we need early warning system. Something else is the loss and damage funds that have been created last year in Dubai. This is a new mechanism that will help the country to reduce the cost caused by natural disasters. I also mentioned the ADRIFI, the African Disaster Risk Financing Initiative, that also provides help through an insurance for the state members. So I hope that the three countries you mentioned are members of the mentioned mechanism. So my last message is that we need to build capacities, anticipating capacity, in order to anticipate instead of reacting to the natural disasters. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think you can do that one as well. Clap for the minister. I think thank you for that additional point on indigenous knowledge. Sometimes we forget that our farmers, our fishing communities have knowledge that they've used over the years that have helped them with the changing environment. And we really need to bring more emphasis on not just receiving knowledge from outside, but learning from the practices of our communities. Thank you so much for that. So at this point, it gives me great pleasure to invite Madam CEO of NEPAD High Excellency, Madam Nandos Bikele Thomas, to give us our closing remarks and just summarize the discussion so far. Please, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much, Director Estherine and Excellencies, all of you. I mean, this has been a very packed but intense discussion. There are so many things that have been raised, but all questions and comments that have been raised indicate to one thing: there is a need for a center of excellence. There is a need for a center of excellence which will help countries build their capacities to mainstream, climate change, adaptation, especially adaptation within their national development plans, within their policies, and within their strategies. This is going to be the norm as we go on. And there is no sector that will be, spared. It will be all mainstreamed, and there is a need to build the capacity. And this center will be able to build that capacity for member states. The second thing that I'm hearing is that, yes, Africa has already built its own coping strategies, like Director Estherine just said. We have our coping strategies. There are many experiences. Burkina Faso, vous avez parlé de l'inondation et tous les problèmes qui se posent.
Our colleague from Burkina mentioned issue of floods, but in Benin we've been able to stop that using our local capacity state, mobilize the full population, all the men, the women, the youth, to dig, and they've been able to stop the water coming from the Niger. So this is a local example that so we need to leverage such examples.
That we have got coping strategies in Africa. There are indigenous innovations, technologies that are there, but we need to make sure that these technologies are known to all and, in a way, upscaled if there need be, but, disseminated to all countries to make use of them, in addition to technologies and innovations that are out there in the different countries. But this center would have that immense responsibility of knowledge building, cataloging them, and dissemination. And it will be a repository, and that is the main function of this center, and giving member states knowledge-driven advisory services, and that is very important. We, the center, would then be also interested in coming up, designing innovative tools, mechanisms, systems that will help African member states, because things evolve. We cannot stagnate. So, there should be a machinery that with time evolves and brings out technologies that are, anyway, appropriate for the time. So, this is going to be like a process, a flow, a movement towards adaptation. Things will not be the same. What is there today might be worse tomorrow. And we need to really evolve with time, with our technologies, innovation. And the third thing is that this center is going to help African countries bring the different actors. We have got our research institutions, we have got our universities, and all these work in silos. And therefore bringing them, to work as one entity, adopting a whole society approach, is very critical and very important if we want to resolve the problem. And this is one thing that this center would also do. And finally, I would say that, we're talking about technology transfer. This has been something that we've been discussing forever and ever and ever. The South-South cooperation is very critical, and the North-South cooperation is critical. In this thing, we are all there together. There is no country that will be saved. So, it will be in the interest of the North to transfer technology to the South, because what happens in the South affects them. And this is something that we have to tell the northern countries, the developed countries. We cannot just be victims, but you would be also the victim of our being victimized. So this is a message that has to go on. And that makes the technology transfer very fluid and whatever. And certainly we'll have to accompany that with the proper regulatory frameworks and the proprietary rights. So that is also going from us to them, but from them coming to us. There is no one-way traffic. It's a two-way traffic now. Finally, yes, indeed, it's very important, and that's the role of AUDA NEPAD, to come out with bankable projects. We do the preparatory work for, making projects to be investable, bankable, and that's what we do in terms of infrastructure, in terms of energy, in terms of agriculture. All our programs are for investment, because we need the private sector to get engaged. We need the private sector to invest. And therefore, this is part of our daily work that we do together with ADB. We have our, division of labor clearly, demarcated. So we work together with ADB and all the other development financing institutions. So, I think, I would end up by saying thank you very much to all those that participated, my team that worked hard, the government of Egypt, most importantly, for being a partner, for having a shared vision on this, and we would make sure that this Center of Excellence is up and running. Your minister is a dynamic minister. You know, she doesn't even, spare a time to give a speech. She's always, on top of everything. So I think by 2025, we'll have everything together and up and running with the Center of Excellence. You're all invited to be there with us to inaugurate it physically in Egypt. And we hope the center to be, a successful center, but, not just successful for being successful, but a delivery mechanism for Africa's transformation. Thank you very much, and thank you, Minister, for your wonderful wisdom and for being so open. And this is the new generation of leadership that we have. They do not shy away from really discussing the deficiencies and the problems and the challenges that they face on a daily basis. And that is really a progressive, leadership. Thank you very much for that. And ADB, our partner, and EU, our partner, thank you very much. And those of you who are not there, who want to join us, please join us. This is not just an Africa's movement and Africa's, challenge. This is the challenge for the world. If Africa fails in adaptation, the world fails in adaptation. So please be partners in this movement. Thank you very much. Have a lovely afternoon.
Thank you, CEO. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, everyone. If African fails in adaptation, the world fails. So thank you. We need to take a family photo. Minister, please. Before you go.
English channel test. Test. English channel test. English channel test. Waiting for feedback on the English channel. Waiting for feedback on the English channel test. Test. English channel test. English channel test. Test. English channel test. English channel test. Can you hear me on the English channel? English channel test. How about now? English channel test. Is it any louder? Waiting for your feedback, Ariel. English channel test. Testing the English channel now. Testing the English channel. Can you hear me? Testing right now. Please let me know. Waiting for your feedback. Okay.
afternoon, colleagues. Thank you, thank you. Can you hear me now? Okay. So we would like to start the session promptly at 1:30 so that we have sufficient time to go through. Firstly, we have, can I request the panelists for the next session to come to the podium, please? I have Elaine Wajimbai, Thierry Muwati, Irene Chekoti. Please, if you can come and join me at the podium. You can sit here. I'm waiting for them to project the presentation. The presentation. Yeah. So, colleagues, if you are not in the meeting, can I request you to have your side meeting somewhere else? We want to start this session. Thank you. So good afternoon once again, distinguished colleagues, and welcome to this side event where we are going to be discussing Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, focusing particularly on progress made to date in developing the rule book to guide the implementation of Article 6, but also where we will be looking at some of the issues that arise out of the developments of that rule book, and look at the positions that the African group of negotiators is taking in that negotiation around Article 6. As you know, Article 6 has been touted as one of the more significant provisions of the Paris Agreement with respect both to its potential to contribute to mitigation of carbon emissions, but also to contribute financially to the mobilization of funding for the implementation of climate actions by developing countries. In particular, we have also experienced implementation of Article 6.2, which relates to voluntary agreements, arrangements between parties or between entities regarding carbon credits. But this has also been limited by developments in Article 6.4, which guides activities such as, for instance, the transfer of credits into internationally traded mitigation outcomes, authorization, as well as the income that can be mobilized by selling countries, or what can be paid by buying entities. Now, yesterday, and you may be aware of this, the CMA adopted the proposed text of the Article 6 supervisory body. We will hear more details about what exactly that proposed text, which was adopted yesterday, what exactly is contained in the text, but also what it means for the negotiating position of the African group, as well as what it means for the implementation of carbon trading on the African continent. And to do this, we are joined by a very distinguished panel, all of them are negotiators from the African group of negotiators. I will introduce them as they come, but to guide our discussion, we are going to listen firstly to a presentation by Mr. Elohaj Mbai. Elohaj, my good brother, is the lead negotiator of AGN on Article 6. He has got many years of experience transcending Article 6, starting with the Clean Development Mechanism and the joint implementation arrangements of the Kyoto Protocol, which have transitioned into the voluntary mechanism and Article 6.4 of the Paris Agreement. So without further ado, let me invite Mbaye to go through his presentation, and then we will listen to the responses of our panelists. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, and thank you, James, and good afternoon, colleagues. I will make a very brief presentation on Article 6 of the Paris Agreement and the state of our discussions and negotiation here in Baku. Some colleagues are familiar with some of the slides I will present, but it's always important to recall some elements of the Paris Agreement. Under the Paris Agreement and the Article 6 of this Paris Agreement, you will never see carbon market. Under the Paris Agreement, we are talking about international cooperation towards parties NDC. And under that, we have three mechanisms or approaches. The first one, we call it cooperative approaches, addressed under the Para 2 and Para 3 of the Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, is about bilateral or multilateral cooperation between countries involving the international transfer of mitigation outcome. It's just about emission reductions happening in one country and transfer in another one through an international cooperation. It's about transactions, about carbon markets. Because you realize emission reduction in one country and you transfer them internationally in another one to meet that country's NDC. The second mechanism is a centralized mechanism like the CDM or the joint implementation we had under the Kyoto Protocol. It's about a mechanism to be operated centrally by UNFCCC through a supervisory body nominated by the Conference of Parties meeting as a meeting of party of the Paris Agreement, CMA. And that mechanism will register project, will deliver emission reduction certified by that mechanism that can be used to be internationally transferred or used for any purposes, domestically, in the international aviation, as well as international transfer to meet another party's NDC. And lastly, we have a framework for non-market-based approaches, because we realize that there are many cooperation that can generate emission reduction as well as supporting adaptation or facilitating technology transfer or building capacity. All those activities that are not in the interest of the business, we have them under this framework of non-market-based approaches. But you just need to take note that under the non-market-based approaches, there is no transfer trading of mitigation outcome, no trading of emission reductions. It's a cooperation between countries that can support the host country to meet its NDC in mitigation, adaptation, and technology transfer. Well, and you'll see here, it's a graph as complicated, but you'll see that Article 6 may happen through three types of cooperation. You can have in green a direct bilateral agreement We have many bilateral agreements happening between Switzerland and Ghana, Switzerland and Senegal, Japan and Ethiopia, Sweden with Ghana, and so on. And through that cooperation, activities are implemented. They may generate mitigation outcomes, emission reductions, and those emission reductions may be authorized by participating party to meet their NDC. Or those mitigation outcomes may be used for any other purpose, many other purposes. You have the second channel for this cooperation may come from independent standards. What we call independent standards are standards that are developed by some institutions like Gold Standard, like Verra, like Global Carbon Council, like ARC3. Those entities have developed standards to certify emission reduction coming from projects. Those standards also may generate certified units that can be used through that cooperation under Article 6. And lastly, we have this international UNFCCC mechanism we call the Paris Agreement crediting mechanism, or 6.4 mechanism, that can generate units that can be used also through Article 6.2 and transfer in other countries. But here we need to be very careful and understand how it works. The host country, meaning some Kenya, Senegal, or Ghana, may authorize the use of those units or not authorize those units. Because now the landscape of carbon market has completely changed with the adoption of the Article 6. The role of the host country is crucial. Before the units being used in another country to meet that country's NDC, they need to have the authorization of the host country. If they are not authorized, their usage is limited to result-based finance or domestic schemes, but they can't be used to meet other countries' NDC. They can't be used for aviation, the CORSIA, and they can be used only for voluntary purposes, commitments, or for domestic compliance or result-based finance. But if they are authorized, they can be used for another country's NDC. They can be used in the aviation scheme as well as for voluntary purposes. But when you authorize the units, the requirement is you have to apply what we call corresponding adjustment. If a country authorizes a project developer in its country to sell the units in another country, that host country can't use the same units to meet its own NDC. That is very important. It's why that host country needs to do all the assessments that are needed and assess the implication of that transaction in its ability to meet its NDC before authorizing those units. Now, what about the negotiation? Where are we? We had discussions last June in Bonn under SBSA 60. And we had a draft text that is available in the Article 6 implementation website, UNFCCC. And you will see it also in all the negotiation under SBSA 61. And in that draft text, we still have many options and positions in some issues that needed to be discussed here and approved and agreed here in Baku. Among those outstanding issues, we have the scope and the definition of the cooperative approaches, because we don't have the same understanding on what is the cooperative approaches. The second issue is the authorization. I will come back to that authorization. Whether we can revoke, we can change the authorization, what will be the form of the authorization, the content of the authorization. There are some issues to be discussed. We also have some discussion about the first transfer. What is the trigger for the first transfer of emission from a country to another one? We will discuss what we call an agreed electronic format report. It's the annual report which will be transferred, which will be submitted to the UNFCCC in an electronic form. We will discuss the content of that report. We will also discuss many tables that will be annexed or joined to this agreed electronic format report. We will discuss also the issue of how to identify inconsistency in those reports and how to address those inconsistencies. Because you need to know that when participating in Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, there are some additional requirements. Because under the Paris Agreement, you have to submit every year what we call a biennial transparency report to report on the implementation of your NDC, your nationally determined contribution. But when in addition to your NDC commitment, you participate in Article 6, you have to submit additional reports. The first one is an initial report. Before you have that cooperation, you need to submit an initial report to explain that cooperation and how you ensure the environmental integrity in that cooperation, how you avoid double counting, how you, what methodology you use, and all of that. You have to explain it. You have, in addition to that, to submit an annual report. And you have to submit also a biennial report. Meaning, when participating in Article 6, you have to submit additional reports of the transparency, biennial transparency report. And also, those reports are subject to review. And if inconsistencies are identified in the review, you have to address those inconsistencies. And we will discuss all those issues, as well as the international registry. Because, as I said, if you participate in Article 6, you need to submit reports, annual reports, biennial reports, as well as initial reports. And all those reports and all those elements reported by different parties will come into what we call a centralized accounting and reporting platform to ensure that there is no double counting. Because if you have a project in Uganda which generates emission reductions, and that PP, who is the owner of this project, sell the units in another country, and that acquiring country use the units to meet its NDC, Uganda cannot use the same units to meet its NDC. And both countries have to report to the UNFCCC to ensure that there is no double counting in the country's NDC. It's why we have this international registry, because each international transfer mitigation outcome has a unique identification. And we need to track those units, because you can have multiple transactions. Uganda may sell the units to Switzerland, and Switzerland link its emission trading scheme to EU. the units will fall into EU. And if EU also have a linkage of its scheme with Norway, at the end of the day, the units produced in Uganda will fall into the NDC of Norway at the end of the day. But we need, through this international registry, as well as the different reporting and the different registry, we need to track all the transactions to ensure there is no double counting at the end of the day. It's why we have a very complex, centralized accounting and reporting platform under the UNFCCC to follow all those elements. Now when it comes to 6.4, 6.4 is a centralized mechanism under the UNFCCC, where any project developer, entity in your country may come and submit its report, its project, to say, I want this project to be registered under the UNFCCC, and implement that project and get that project being verified and get emission reductions certified by UNFCCC. That mechanism plays that role. And those units you get from the UNFCCC, you can do whatever you want with those units. You may transfer them internationally, you may use them domestically, you may use them in a voluntary carbon market, you may use them under this aviation. But for some purposes, you need to have the authorization of the host country before you transfer them. Because that host country, at that point, will not be able to use the same units to meet its commitment. And under this one, we have still some outstanding issues to discuss. We have a draft text you can see in the platform, but we have still to discuss the issue of authorization to be provided by the host country, the timing of the authorization, the statement, the content of the authorization, its format, the possibility of change of the authorization, the revocation possible of that authorization, the process to do so, and the content of the authorization. In addition to that, we have to discuss here in Baku the connection of the registry, UNFCCC registry, with national registry, as well as with the international registry of 6.2, because we are talking about 6.4, which is the UNFCCC mechanism. And many colleagues here are members of this mechanism, because each region, UN region, is represented by 2 members and 2 alternates. And we are 4 colleagues representing Africa in this supervisory body. And we will discuss those issues in relation to the registry. We will also discuss the share of proceeds for the LDCs, because this mechanism will generate resource for adaptation. When a project is registered under this UNFCCC mechanism, when you deliver as project proponent, you get units delivered by this mechanism, we have a levy. 5% of the units generated by your project are captured by this mechanism and forward to the adaptation fund to support vulnerable countries, meaning the carbon market through this mechanism will support adaptation directly through a levy, 5%. Now we are discussing whether that 5% will be paid by the most least developed countries because they don't have resource. Will they be exempted through that 5% or not, while all the others will pay that 5%. It's something we will discuss here. And lastly, we will discuss the transition of afforestation and reforestation projects. Because when we set up this mechanism, we decided that project already registered under the CDM, which is a Kyoto Protocol mechanism, a very independent mechanism under the Kyoto Protocol. We decided that those projects already registered under the CDM may transition into the new mechanism, because it was a UNFCCC mechanism set up by UNFCCC, and we give them the possibility to transition into the new mechanism. The supervisory body addresses only emission reduction projects that are registered under the CDM, but haven't addressed the afforestation and reforestation project registered under the CDM. We will discuss in Baku whether we will allow those afforestation and reforestation projects registered under the CDM to transition into the new mechanism of Article 6.4. There are some discussion that we need to have and to define the conditions under which those registered projects under the CDM may transition into the new mechanism. And yesterday, you have heard that the CMA approved Article 6.4. And many are very happy with that. And as AGN, African Group of Negotiators, we supported that. But we need to understand it's not all elements of Article 6 that have been approved yesterday. It's only one element of the Article 6.4 that was approved yesterday, because the supervisory body of this mechanism, the UNFCCC mechanism, was mandated since Glasgow in 2021 to develop recommendations on how to develop methodologies for this new mechanism. And also, if activities involve removals, what safeguards are needed. That supervisory body was mandated in Glasgow to develop recommendations in relation to those two topics and to submit recommendation to the CMA for consideration and adoption by the CMA. In addition to all the other elements, there were just two mandates, specific mandate in terms of how to develop methodology and what safeguard to be taken into account when we are talking about removals, nature-based removals as well as technology-based removals. That supervisory body made recommendation in Sharm el-Sheikh. Those recommendations was rejected by the CMA. They worked on that, had many consultations, and came back in Dubai with new recommendations. And those recommendations in Dubai was not also approved by the CMA. And they continue the work and came back yesterday with recommendation on methodologies and removals, with a new mode of work. Instead of having just recommendation, they transform those recommendations into standards, saying, as supervisory body, here are my standards to develop methodology and how to take into account activities, including removals. I conducted a lot of consultations, and at the end of the day, as supervisory body, I adopted those standards. Now, I will submit those standards to the CMA and get further guidance if needed. If the CMA is not happy with my standards, provide us additional guidance on how to address them. That's what was proposed by the supervisory body, in which I'm representing Africa. Alik is there, Thierry is there, with another colleague from South Africa. We are 4 of us. And yesterday, the CMA took note of the work done by the supervisory body, took note that the supervisory body adopted those 2 standards, and noted that the supervisory body will implement, elaborate those standards, and report back every year on the implementation of those standards, and get guidance, further guidance if needed. That was the recommendation made by the supervisory body. And it's what was agreed yesterday by the CMA to avoid opening those standards and going through the standards. They consider that they are the supervisory body standards which adopted those standards, and those standards will be reviewed if necessary and improved, and at every year the CMA will provide further guidance on how to improve them. That was the decision taken yesterday. And in 6.8, I will not go very long on 6.8, non-market-based approaches. We have made a lot of progress. We have identified what type of activities may fall under the non-market-based approaches. The Secretariat has already set up the web-based platform for non-market-based approaches. We have already identified different types of mechanisms that can be non-market-based approaches, including the adaptation benefit mechanism from the African Development Bank, including local, including many others that are already mechanisms that can fall into the non-market-based approaches. We have nominated parties, countries have already nominated their focal point, which will be the interface between project proponents or entities in their countries with the providers. Now we are going through the second phase, and the second phase will be the implementation of concrete actions on the ground. That will start from Baku. We will do a simple assessment of that first phase to inform how to improve the second phase. And lastly, we have some additional issue when it comes to the CDM, Clean Development Mechanism under the Kyoto Protocol. Because as you know, it was the UNFCCC mechanism before the Article 6. And that CDM, under the Kyoto Protocol, we had a first commitment period from 2008 to 2012. We had a second commitment period, 2013 to 2020. And it was the end of the 2 commitment period under the KP, Kyoto Protocol. Since 2020, there is no third commitment period. Will we stop this CDM, this mechanism, or we will continue with this mechanism? Some parties are pushing for stopping completely the KP mechanism and concentrating into the Paris Agreement mechanism, which is the Article 6.4, the Paris Agreement crediting mechanism, while some others consider we can't stop the CDM without having the Article 6.4, the Paris Agreement crediting mechanism, fully operational. Some are pushing for having it fully operational before ending the CDM. And we will discuss that here. And lastly, there is also some resource into the CDM Trust Fund. We have money, around 70 million. In Glasgow, we forwarded 20 million to the Adaptation Fund, 30 million to Article 6.4, and 10 million for capacity building. Parties are calling for doing the same. But we need to discuss and see what repartition we will do here in Baku, in the remaining fund, in the CDM Trust Fund. Just to recall what we have done, last month we had a joint workshop on Article 6.4 and 6.2. We addressed many issues on authorization, first transfer, sequencing, and consistencies, as well as the registries. We had the meeting of the Paris Agreement crediting mechanism, where we adopted the standards. We had the review of some initial reports in 6.2, including the report of Switzerland, Ghana, Thailand, Vanuatu, and Suriname. I forgot to put Suriname. We had the preparatory meeting, and we will start today the subsidiary meetings, the SUBSTA 61, the first week. And next week, we will have the meeting of the CMA, and we will take the decisions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elhaji, for that presentation. So Mbai has taken us through the development of Article 6 from the Kyoto Protocol provisions, through the development of the negotiations on the implementation of the article as provided by the Paris Agreement, to the discussions, the negotiations now at this COP on the finalization of the rule book. I understand that the Article 6 negotiations are going to start at 3 p.m. So we need to conclude this session as quickly as possible so that our negotiators can go and join. And as Mbai says, we are also honored to be joined by other members of the supervisory body who are also Africa Group of Negotiators, lead negotiators on Article 6. So we have Mr. Alik Muvindika from Zambia and Kutazi Steleki from South Africa on the other side. So when we open the conversation, you are free to join us and to address questions and clarifications that we might have. So without further ado, I would like to invite Miss Elaine Kafwimbi. Excuse me, Elaine, for this. But Elaine represents the Global Green Growth Institute, GGI, and also works on carbon markets in Africa. A big issue that we need to address, which was not part of Mbai's presentation, is that, in fact, since the implementation of carbon trading in the Kyoto Protocol and transitioning to the Paris Agreement, carbon credits in Africa have never generated, in my knowledge, more than $10 a ton of carbon. And there must be a reason why carbon credits in Africa cost less than $10, while in other trading schemes like the ETS, for instance, carbon credits have risen as high as $120 a ton. So Elaine is going to help us to understand, firstly, what constitutes a fair market value for carbon credits, but secondly, why that fair market value has not been realized in Africa, and finally, whether in fact Article 6 can help us to attain what we consider a fair value for carbon credits. Elaine, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, colleagues. So I always tease when I'm standing behind the podium just to check if everybody can see me because I'm so tall. But yeah, I think for me, my response to the question that has been posed, I will speak to it in the context, firstly, of giving an example of a carbon project in Zambia. And this is basically aligned to, or given, it's being spoken in the context of Zambia has developed and is establishing its carbon market framework. And the carbon market framework is being established under the auspice of Article 6. So we have developed a carbon market framework that sits on 3 key principles, which are environmental integrity, ambition raising, and sustainable development. So when a project is being approved, it is being taken through an eligibility criteria that must meet all these 3 key principles in it. And one of the things that is a requirement in the approval of a project is that the project must be able to show financial additionality. And what that basically means is that a project must demonstrate through the investment that is needed for that project, being able to determine what the carbon finance is going to meet with regards to that investment. So basically show us what investment you need for your project and show us what portion of that investment is going to come from carbon finance. And based off of the additionality of that, will the project get its approval. So in that context already, what we see there is that the price of the carbon credit is being determined by the investment that is required. And in addition to that, the other eligibility criteria are the sustainable development co-benefits that this project is going to come with. So in Zambia, there's a project that is being considered for approval at the moment. I'll give the example, and then you will see the whole price determination, and I guess where we've been having challenges in Africa when it comes to securing good prices for our carbon projects. So the Kafue project is a renewable energy project. It's Kafue sugar. They are proposing to use the byproduct from the sugar production, which is bagasse, for renewable energy generation. So in that, what they're proposing to do is to utilize the bagasse to generate renewable energy. So they will be reducing the emissions that come from the bagasse landfill, which is methane. And from utilizing that bagasse and generating the renewable energy, they're of course generating emission reductions from that activity. But tied to that project is an outgrower scheme for farmers. So the project is proposing to set up an outgrower scheme that will allow for the communities around the sugar plantation to farm this sugar and sell this sugar to the sugar production company. So The project is two-tongued. So you've got the direct emission reduction, which you can price, that investment, and then you've got the sustainable development co-benefit of job creation, creating food security, which is not necessarily an emission reduction that you can cost, but you've got a project developer that can utilize that sustainable development co-benefit and add it to the price of that project. So in that sense is you're not only going to get a project where you're very clear on what the cost of the investment is, but you're also very clear on what the sustainable co-benefits are, and you will have buyer countries that will be willing to bid whether it's higher or lower than the investment price for that additional sustainable development co-benefit. And when we speak to what we have seen, I think in the past with projects on the African landscape, is that we haven't been able to clearly determine and to distinguish what is the investment that is required. So the financial additionality part has not been very strong, but with the onset of Article 6, we're able to tabulate that and put it clear as day in a document to say this is what the financial additionality of this project is, this is the investment that is required, and on top of that we're able to demonstrate these are the sustainable development co-benefits. So one of the things that, if I can just backtrack a little bit, is in the carbon market framework that is being established in Zambia, we're not just going to monitor the emission reductions, but we want to monitor the sustainable development co-benefits as well. So again, in your pitching of trying to determine what your carbon price should be, you're able to clearly demonstrate, so not just the emission reduction, but you're also to demonstrate and monitor what the sustainable development co-benefits are. And putting this all together in a nutshell, Article 6 has given us the framework that has guided us into establishing frameworks that will help project developers bring forward projects that can prove financial additionality, projects that can prove sustainable development co-benefits, on top of proving the environmental integrity and the emission reductions that they can bring. And with that, hoping to see better pricing on the carbon markets. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Elaine. My take is that in fact we do have prospects if we are able to combine and quantify the emissions benefits and the sustainable development core benefits in order to generate better returns on carbon credits from the continent. Now we also have on our panel a member of the supervisory body, Article 6 supervisory body, that is Mr. Tirivanu, who is also a negotiator for Zimbabwe on Article 6 as well. So Mr. Moati, we understand that the objective of Article 6 is to facilitate cooperation between countries on carbon emissions management from the presentation by Mbai. So can you tell us how the crediting mechanism that is being negotiated in Article 6 is going to facilitate this cooperation? Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. The first thing for us is for us to maybe understand the purpose of Article 6 as from Article 6 itself, from the Paris Agreement itself. So it's providing a platform to aid mitigation and at the same time promote sustainable development. Okay. So if we understand it from that perspective, it's not only mitigation. Elaine explained it very well. that the sustainable development part of it is also a big part of Article 6. And for African countries in particular, the sustainable development part of it is very important. So how is Article 6, 6.2, 6.4, how is it going to be aiding the cooperation in terms of reducing emission reductions? It tries to depart from the past. First and foremost, it tries to set up a system learning from the past where we have corresponding adjustments for the international transfer of mitigation outcomes, something that was not there looking at CDM and the other mechanisms before. So it's setting up an accounting mechanism where we can account globally for the transfers of these ITMOs. This will prevent double counting and will ensure that we can properly see whether we are making progress or not in terms of emission reductions. And then Article 6.2 and 6.4, all of them, they come with a whole range of measures. People often complain that Article 6 is complex, but it's complex for a reason. It has so many things to avoid leakage, to avoid the risk of non-permanence of the emission reductions or of the removals. It also comes with issues that will avoid a lot of other things that are related to the reversal of the sustainable development benefits and so forth. So it tries to depart from the past and make sure that whatever mitigation outcomes that come out are there and they are there to stay. They are real, in other words. And then it has a whole range of transparency arrangements. Mbaye highlighted that we are going to be talking about the agreed electronic format. We are going to be talking about the reviews, the consistency. Is the information provided by the host country the same information that has been provided by the country that has received the mitigation outcomes and accounting it in its own NDC? So it's basically Article 6 tightens the screws around the global compliance carbon market. The good thing about it is that even those who have been in formerly the voluntary market, the independent standards, they are also following suit in terms of the standards that are being set under Article 6 and the standards that are being set by Article 6.4, which is the Paris Agreement crediting mechanism. And then zooming into the centralized mechanism, which the methodologies were adopted, not methodologies, but the principles that guide the methodologies were adopted yesterday. The methodologies in Article 6.4, which are being crafted by the supervisory body, they seek to be robust and stringent, learning from the past again, learning from CDM, and taking into account the mandate that has been given to the supervisory body by decision 3 of CMA 3 going back to Glasgow on ensuring that we are in line with the path that goes towards 1.5 degrees Celsius, the long-term temperature goal of the Paris Agreement. You'll find that the Paris Agreement crediting mechanism also has a component of what you call OMGE, or the overall mitigation in global emissions, where 2% of the emission reductions are going to be voluntarily cancelled at the time of issuance. This will add to the stringency of the mechanism. 5%, as highlighted by Mbaye, will go to the adaptation fund to aid the sustainable development part of things and adapting to climate change in developing countries. And then there are also inbuilt mechanisms that are going to be part of the methodologies, some discounting factors such that over time the issuance of the credits becomes more and more stringent, and over time we can move to a place where actually you do not need the market for you to implement projects. So, in a nutshell, Mr. Facilitator, it's back to you.
So yeah, let us give our panel another round of real applause. So I think we have listened to the presentations regarding the context, the issue of pricing, and the operation of the Paris Agreement crediting mechanism. We were supposed to have another panelist, but unfortunately she has not been able to join us. Before our panelists go to the negotiations, I'm sure that there are many questions, issues, clarifications that colleagues would like to ask. Now, I don't know how this works, whether if you speak, we hear you, or if you have to shout. Can I get some guidance from the technical people? How do we engage in a conversation? There is no, let me go there.
I just forgot to tell you, we have another friend, Mutazi, from South Africa. He is also part of the supervisory body.
Okay, he says it's okay. You can go ahead, say. Ask your question, maybe we'll hear you. Oh, there's a mic.
Thank you very much. My name is Cesar Katebe from Women's Life and Wellness Foundation. Carbon credits from agriculture, forestry, and other land use sectors, and renewable energy sector as well, account for between 41.1 and 32.4, respectively. And generally, one of the questions I would like to pose to the panelists: how does carbon trading deal with developing, carbon trading essentially has been seen around many countries, especially the side of the countries where we are, that it's not providing much needed solutions in terms of ensuring that communities' benefit sharing is actualized. How do you deal with a lack of unified international framework for carbon trading as well as standards, which is a growing concern over corporate greenwashing? Thank you.
Thank you. So are there any other requests for the floor? Questions, clarifications? Let's take a few and then we'll let the panel have the last word. Prof. Shaddad.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I have just one question, because in many places carbon trading is called in Africa as effect solutions. I'm very direct about it, okay? Neither in previous time, neither expecting in the future to provide, and others are worried it may go demanding it to finance adaptation. Maybe the panel can clarify on these things. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we have two questions. Carbon trading has failed to provide community core benefits and could be greenwashing. And carbon trading has also been presented as a fake solution. Any other questions? Any other comments? Okay, so let's go back to the panels, please. Panelists, you can.
Thank you, and thank you for your questions. I will try to respond to some questions and let my colleagues also to come back. Carbon trading is not the solution on climate change. It comes in addition to domestic commitments. We have the Paris Agreement under which each country has to take commitments and implement and realize those commitments domestically. We have the carbon market in addition or as a tool supporting those domestic actions in developed countries, because you have the carbon market also in developed countries. All of them have emission, many of them have emission trading schemes. For example, when you take the EU, European Union, when they take a commitment saying we will reduce our emission by 50% in 2030, the government themselves are not the one making those emission reductions. They translate that commitment into regulation, saying in the energy sectors, you are not allowed to go above this quota. In the cement sector, they will translate that into regulation within actors within the country. And they create a carbon market saying if you perform and do more than the quota you have been allowed, you can sell the excess of units to others that haven't done well. That is the carbon market they create to achieve this objective. That is first. Second, they are the business, and the objective of any business is to earn money. We create that carbon market to bring some other people that will not be in the climate change area if there is not that incentive to come and earn money, but at the same time contributing to reduce the emissions. They are the two objectives we had. I agree with all of you that Africa haven't benefited from the carbon market. Based on many issues we can discuss later, because our economy, our structure, our project developments, our political stability, many criteria. But there are some countries like China, like India, like Brazil, that have really benefited from the carbon market. And when we define the rules for a developing country, the main objective is not just being in a carbon market. You need to define why you want to be in a carbon market. Because our objective is developing our country, is the well-being of our populations. It's getting access to electricity, getting access to water, getting food in a sustainable way. That is our objective, and it's what we are looking for when we develop this type of project. And mainly, when we take the carbon market, there are many projects that will not happen if, in addition to the revenue that the project will generate, if you don't have additional revenue coming from the carbon market, that will not make profitable that type of project. Without the carbon market, that project will not happen. I recognize that maybe the investor will benefit from that project, but at the same time, if you realize your sustainable development objective, access to electricity, access to food, access to water, through that project, that will not happen if there were no carbon market, I think at the end of the day, it's a good project for your country, even if the other guys benefit a lot from that carbon market. And we need to better organize ourselves, to be very robust if we are together. It will not become a buyer's market, but a seller's market. And we can influence the price at the end of the day. Because as said by James, in the developed world, they buy the units more than $100, between $100 to $150 per ton. If here the sellers are together and decided that they will not sell this type of units less than 50, they will be in a situation to buy them. But the issue is that they go to Kenya and get the units at $10, but they go to Uganda and get it at $5. Because we are not united. And the African Union, as well as the different organizations, including UNECA, are working to try to bring people together and see what we want around that. That are just some reflections I have. But I agree with you, we haven't benefited from the carbon market, but we need to better organize ourselves to be one of the main actors, because we have a lot of potential in emission reduction, in identifying those projects that can meet our sustainable development goals first, while reducing emissions. Because as said, we are not good, big emitters. We are not looking for emission reduction at first. We are looking for achieving our sustainable development goals. If at the same time, we can at the same time have very less intensive project and also getting benefit from the carbon market, we need to go that way. Thank you.
That was a very comprehensive response, and I think you have spoken for all of the negotiators here. But just one last point to say that I think those two comments also reflect the fears and the uncertainties in the different African constituencies regarding the implementation of Article 6. And perhaps you will take those fears into the negotiations and ensure that the outcome, in fact, addresses our concerns. Yes. You can come here. Come.
Yes, I wanted to add. Mbai has spoken for all of us, but I wanted to add one key thing that I think has been a challenge and a gap in the African context is that we haven't put in place governance frameworks around carbon markets, and that's been the biggest issue. You cannot control what you do not know. So I think when it comes to governance around carbon markets, and speaking to the question around communities benefiting, if you do not have guidance on what benefit sharing should look like in your governance structure, how can you regulate or enforce benefit sharing within communities? And then also speaking to how carbon markets contribute to adaptation? Again, it goes back to governance. Has your governance framework stipulated what the use of your share of proceeds will be? Because if you can stipulate what the use of share of proceeds will be, then you can control where you are applying the benefits that are coming from carbon market activity.
And just to add something, thank you. And just to add something, we also used to say it's very complex, very difficult, and all of that. Because I think for the previous carbon markets, when the rules are set up, we were not actors on setting those rules. The rules were set, and we came to enter in that game and consider the rules are very complex and don't fit our economy and our structure. And there were a lot of improvement. through POAs, program of activities, through standardized baseline, through positive list. Many improvements happened in the last 20 years. But now we need to bear in mind that we are setting new rules and we are present and we know our situation. We need to have our situation, our needs and our concern, as said by James, to be embedded in those rules. We are actors, we have our voice, and each party has one voice. We are more than 50 countries in Africa. When you take the 1,190 countries in the UNFCCC, we represent the most important group. We have to get our voice being heard and our concern, our situation being taken into account in the rules to let us benefit from this carbon market. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Elaine Mbaye, for those additional clarifications. I had two requests for the floor. There was the lady there and the gentleman right here. Can you very quickly, before our negotiators dash off?
Thank you so much. Maybe you might have spoken on this, but I came in really late. I just wanted to hear from the AU perspective, what are the different measures we're putting in place to ensure that the carbon market does not delay the urgent actions that we're requesting for in terms of just transition, and how we also ensuring that this cannot end up or could not end up in driving fast land grabs in Africa, especially because we all know that carbon markets require a lot of land. So what are we proposing towards these new rules that we're setting to ensure that it does not end up in driving fast land grabs in Africa? Thank you.
Thank you. The gentleman over here. Thank you, sir.
Allô? Allô? D'accord. Je voudrais remercier vraiment les panélistes.
I would like to thank the panelists. My first question was answered by Elena. She spoke about governance because we need to launch the market carbon, but the carbon market, but the governance is really important. But now I would like to know how to transform the activity of the carbon market on something that's relevant and that will impact climate change for real. And there was a mention of really strict criteria so that we are sure to have really high value project for climate change. And our moderator said we pay the ton of carbon $10 in Africa, but in other places it's much more expensive. But it's also due to the quality of projects. So what do we need to do for our developers to have robust and long-lasting projects that will actually satisfy satisfy the needs to reduce climate change? I would like to ask Mr. Mbaye, who mentioned mechanisms that will make sure we don't double count carbon credits. This seems really complex, a bit vague, and in Africa in general we don't really have the technology, the methodology to follow up, and in our small villages that have carbon wells, how do we count the carbon wells, the natural carbon wells that we have? So we need to speak with a single voice, and we see that I'm from Ivory Coast. We're the first producer of cocoa with Ghana, and they tried together to raise the prices and they couldn't actually do it. It's not always being together. There's lobbying, a strong lobbying that actually hinders our progress. Two countries that have 90% of the world production weren't able to change the price. So now we need to wonder, being together is not sufficient to act on the market. So of course it's true, we need to speak with one voice, but we need to have the same vision. And I would like Mr. Mbaye to explain this mechanism that's a bit complex, that's rather heavy, and we would like to make sure our project developers have the means to better sell our carbon units, and we need to speak with one voice. Thank you.
So I just have one last question from my side as well. So we see that the Congo Basin is one of the biggest nature-based reserve or the carbon sink, but we are increasingly seeing that there is a drive coming where companies who buy carbon or mitigation offsets from other countries or companies are saying they do not want to invest in the nature-based solutions. And that, again, what Your Excellency, you mentioned something about that the rules are already made and you're coming to the party and you're seeing that the rules are sometimes not fair. So it looks like then there is again a drive coming where we are excluding investing in nature and betting on some innovation technologies that may or may not come in time, while totally discounting what actually exists right in front of us. Okay. The role of SBSTA, do you think, could help in mitigating this kind of drive that we think is going in the wrong direction?
Okay. Merci. Je vais répondre à quelques questions.
So I will answer some of the questions, and I will let my friend Thierry answer the first question first. To my friend from Ivory Coast, I'll answer in French.
Pour ce qui concerne les règles d'abord.
For the rules, as to the rules and methodology, as was said earlier, there is a centralized mechanism by the United Nations, which is the Paris Agreement credit mechanism. It's the central mechanism where I sit and I represent Africa together with my friends. So this mechanism depends on the UN, and there are several standards. There's Vera, Gold Standard, ARC 3, GCC. There are several standards, and they're not all quite as credible, as strict, and as good in terms of quality and reduction of emission. So since this one is by the United Nations, we wanted to have one very high quality standard that would be a reference and that would push all others to tend towards that gold standard, because that would be the one that would deliver the highest quality of emission reduction. But we also have some work to do, and our government, our organizations have some work to do in order to respond to that quality that's being that's being sought after. So there is already quite a few organizations that exist. The UN already have regional centers for West Africa in Lomé, for East Africa, so for Central and Western Africa, East, Western and Central, and for and Kampala for South and East. And we have alliances for the carbon market that exist, and we have one in West Africa with the governments, the private sector, and many entities to help participating into such mechanisms, and we need to reinforce them, to reinforce the institutions in order to make sure we have a better knowledge and we are better prepared. This will take some time, but we need to work on it. But what we need to tell all governments is that they need to develop a strategy, and they need to know, we need to know why we want to take part in the market. The governments, just like several actors, several stakeholders, how to cover the gaps. We need to have this thought together, we need to have the means to work. And I've been into several countries like China and Brazil. If you look at their organization in terms of the carbon market, well, they do have many stakeholders, many organizations, many committees that are in place and that help taking part in those markets. And in our countries, it's only the Ministry of the Environment that takes care of the carbon market. We cannot, of course, have the same results. There's a lot of work to be done, and we do have some institutions, some structures that are currently developing, and there's more awareness in ECOWAS in Africa, and more help, and I think very soon we'll be in a better position. This is what I can say. And nature-based solutions, well, what we adopted yesterday, well, there's a part about nature-based solutions, and there was a lot of shortcomings by independent mechanisms. We would want Article 6.4 to be more strict as to the trust, as to the good quality of such emission reductions by nature-based solutions. Thierry, do you want to answer any other questions?
Thank you, Mbaye, for responding to all these other questions. I'll respond to the first question. So, what mechanisms are there to ensure that we do not delay the just transition? The market does not aid the delay in terms of the just transition. In my view, it actually aids the just transition. We are looking here at projects that reduce emissions, that create green jobs, which is exactly at the center of the narrative for the just transition, isn't it? So the carbon market is actually there to aid the green transition through the green projects that are undertaken to reduce emissions. I know maybe where the point is coming from, that it seems as if it's greenwashing. We are reducing emissions in one country, and then someone else or some entity is polluting in another country. But the whole premise of the carbon market is that an emission reduction anywhere is an emission reduction everywhere, because the atmosphere is one. If the emission reduction can be done in a cost-effective manner in country B, country A or an entity in country A can go to country B and do the emission reduction there. Then in the end, it benefits the whole atmosphere and the whole climate system, because the climate system is not bound by these political borders that we see. Then in terms of land, it's a big issue and it's a big problem. There are three things I would like to highlight. Article 6, especially if I look at Article 6.4, it emphasizes a lot on the free and prior informed consent for indigenous communities and for local communities as well. Secondly, it also has a strong grievance redress mechanism that is in there. If any community is aggrieved, then the mechanism can be used. Then number 3, Article 6 gives a lot of power to the host governments. So the host governments, through laws, through regulations, and through the frameworks that they are supposed to put in place, they are supposed to ensure that communities do not lose out. And these land grabs actually should not take place. So the power is in our hands. Article 6 provides that power, gives us that power, and it is up to the host governments to put in place the necessary institutions, the necessary legal frameworks, and the necessary regulations to ensure that the citizens of that particular country do not lose out. It's back to you, Mr. Facilitator.
Thank you very much. Elaine, any last word before you dash off? Okay, thank you. So let's give them a final round of applause, and thank you very much to our panelists, and best wishes in the negotiations, and hope that you get best outcomes for our continent, and also secure a good price for our carbon. Thank you.
And the negotiations are open. Anyone can join and support us and provide his views to be taken into account during the negotiation. Thanks.
And thank you very much, everyone, for attending this session. Thank you.
Bir. Okay. Please, my pen. This is no. I need it. Turn on.
It is on. I think it is.
It's on.
I think it
Okay.
is on.
Okay. Eşidirsən? Səs gəlir. So. Bir səs gəlir.
What's your problem?
No problem. We test our camera. Don't worry. Tomorrow we need it receiver.
Yeah, but
Yes.
please, I'm the AV technician, so don't do anything by yourself here, yeah?
Okay.
So I'm responsible for the setup,
Okay.
so you can't do,
Okay.
here I just want to test anything, so...
Okay. Eşidirsən indi məni? Yaxşıdır ki. So.
In the internet right now,
Okay,
just
yes.
for you to know.
Okay. Deyir işlətmə də, əsəbləşib.
Allô? BS.
We don't have a PA system, so you just hear yourself over headsets.
Ah, how we
tell people to sit down.
Shout. Possibly. So
How many resistors do you have?
18. Not on my side. Sorry.
Good afternoon. Let me invite all of you. It is now the right time that we are all seated, and I invite you to put on your earphones as we are going to start. As you all know, today we have an event here on clean cooking. And during this event, we are going to have the first panelists, which is going to be led by the Commissioner for Infrastructure from the African Union, and also joined by the Vice President of the African Development Bank, Dr. Kariuki. We are expecting to have some few more people. Dr. Biru, the Director General of International Energy Agency, and also the Chairperson of the African Union. And the guest of honor for this event will be the Vice President of the United Republic of Tanzania, Dr. Philip Mpango. So right now, let me invite the Commissioner to come and have her seat, and also Dr. Kariuki to join her while we, yes, please, while we wait for the rest of the honorable guests to come and join them. And so, without wasting any further time, I will invite the Commissioner to open up our discussion in the way of welcoming the guests, and then we will proceed.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me start by welcoming all of you, and I definitely wish to extend a special thanks to the honorable ministers here in the room. And also, I know that we will be joined very soon by other ministers, and especially from the Republic of Tanzania. I would like to also extend my thanks to the African Development Bank, our development partners here in the room, and many of you who have been instrumental in our work, to our work at the African Union, especially in the area of clean cooking. So today we're going to not review the progress on clean cooking issues since the last COP28, but also we are really happy and proud to present evidence of what we can achieve together through collaboration partnership. The theme, as you know, is sustainable scaling, meeting the clean cooking challenge in Africa. And for this, really we're happy that our Commission for Energy, AFREC, has produced a valuable publication. You will hear about it more in details later from the head of AFREC, Mr. Rashid Abdallah. And the work that was done and that is documented in this publication will be launched, and it calls for urgent need for Africa for a transformation in the continent regarding clean cooking issues. Now, I'm also happy to know that the work that went into developing this publication is very much aligned and resonates with the call that we all made together in the Summit on Clean Cooking in Africa that was held in Paris in May of this year, and it was hosted by the IEA. If you recall, the summit underscored the need for collaboration and decisive action for governments, businesses, academia, civil society, and philanthropic partners. And not only that, it did not stop at the level of calls, but important pledges, almost for the first time, sizable pledges were made in this regard to address and urgently the issue of clean cooking in the continent. And third, today's speakers represent, as you will see, the leadership from our countries. Then this is more of a, how would I say, a great success and achievement, because for an issue that almost stayed obscure for decades, that now was elevated to the level of heads of states in the COP28, later also in Paris, and here today we continue again working together in this regard. So, advancement in clean cooking solutions definitely align with Africa's aspiration for a prosperous Africa based on inclusive growth and sustainable development, as we see in our Agenda 2063. And this not only transition, it's almost a transformation to a sustainable and equitable future in Africa, requires addressing the widening clean cooking access gap between urban and rural areas, which needs to be addressed. So it's not a homogeneous solution. We need to understand that there are stark differences between urban and rural, and we need to work on that. This gap has been growing over the last 2 decades, posing challenges to a just transition. And in the last 2 decades, our people in rural areas suffer from cooking poverty, and it was decreased only by 5.86% only, while the population areas still in cooking poverty appear to have fallen from 70% to 60%. So we still have a long way to go. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, by shifting the issue of clean cooking from just a slogan into a program that includes manufacture, that includes distribution, that rethinks or thinks of a supply chain for clean cooking technologies that make it close to Africa, not imported matters, and equipment, is our goal. And we need, as we address all issues related to energy, to be seen not only from an energy perspective, but to make sure that there's, a multiplier effect, that there's a creation, value creation, there's job creation, there's a value addition that in the country and in the region. So we have to look at the whole thing, not just from access to clean cooking, but also how to make it beneficial on a wider scale, including the manufacture of necessary equipment, especially that they are not really, how would I say, it's not even in terms of technology, it's a very, it's an available technology, and it's there's no innovation required here really. So it's very much accessible, and in the manufacture in the continent is a must. And I'm happy to say many of our countries manufacture all all equipment, all infrastructure needed for clean cooking. So this is a call for our countries to make sure that this is happening across Africa and within Africa, and that's a priority for all of us. So it therefore means that any commitment we make today shall not only transform the lives of almost 1 billion people in Africa who currently do not have access to clean cooking, but also supports our global development agenda. And it is critical, especially for girls and women, as you know, who are the most affected by the energy poverty. I'm stopped here, and like you, I'm looking forward to listening and hearing from all of you, and especially from our distinguished guests, and definitely to hear from Rashid and his team on this publication, and I thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner, for the opening remarks you have made before us. Right now, without wasting any more time, I will bring Dr. Kariuki. Dr. Kariuki has been very instrumental when it comes to the issue of clean cooking in Africa. As some of you may remember, last year during COP28, African Development Bank participated in a high-level launching of Africa Women's Clean Cooking Support Program in collaboration with the International Energy Agency and the President of Tanzania. And therefore, today we are here with Dr. Kariuki. Dr. Kariuki, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Bona PS. I'll start with Minister Rutherford Kabirwa from Uganda. I saw her, so Commissioner Abu Zaid, my sister, Ladies and gentlemen, I see Damilora there. Ladies and gentlemen, I think I want to really commend the African Union Commission and AFREC for organizing this event in collaboration with the government of Tanzania. I think it is very important because it is sustaining the interest in this issue of clean cooking that is gaining momentum. And so I think any effort that sustains this effort is very, very important. As most of you would recall, earlier this year, and to be precise, in May 2024, Tanzania, Norway, and the International Energy Agency and the African Development Bank co-hosted a summit on clean cooking in Africa. As Commissioner Abu Zaid mentioned, this generated a lot of interest and commitments from stakeholders, including a commitment for the first time for $4.2 billion in financing commitments towards clean cooking in Africa. And this, I'm happy to say, was all kick-started from the efforts that the PS Mramba just spoke about, the efforts that we started or kick-started at COP28 in Dubai. And it's at that point that the African Development Bank pledged to facilitate financing of $2 billion over 10 years for clean cooking. And also at this event, at the summit, the President-designate, His Excellency Mukhtar Babayev, recognized the importance of clean cooking in Africa's energy transition. It is therefore only appropriate that we continue to spotlight on the crucial issue of clean cooking in Africa at COP29. Especially consider, this is very important, that attaining universal access to clean cooking would reduce emission by 700 million cubic metric tons of CO2 equivalent. And in order for you to appreciate the significance of this amount, this is equivalent to 40% of the total emissions by the aviation and maritime industries or sectors globally. So it is actually quite significant. And hence, that's why we say that Africa's just energy transition would not be complete without addressing the issue of the 1 billion Africans without access to clean cooking today. Additionally, attaining universal access to clean cooking would be able to save 100 million hectares of land, thereby safeguarding very important biodiversity. And most importantly, it would save about 600,000 lives, mainly of women and children, from premature death due to indoor pollution. So you would wonder what the bank's vision of clean cooking is. And what I would say is that our vision of clean cooking, access to clean cooking, is one where there is nobody who suffers from the adverse impact or effects of indoor pollution on account of lack of access to clean cooking. And this vision is obviously ambitious, but I do believe it is within our reach if we work in concert together and with all the stakeholders. Just to highlight this, allow me to recount some of the efforts that the bank is engaged with as far as clean cooking is concerned. First of all, the bank was central to the establishment of what we call Spark Plus Africa Fund in 2022. And this is the first impact fund focused exclusively on clean cooking. Spark Plus invests in providers of clean cooking solutions, distributors, and consumer finance providers. Nearly 2.5 years since establishment of Spark Plus, it has invested in over a dozen investments across the clean cooking value chain in Africa. Also this year, in July to be precise, the African Development Bank approved a $500 million loan for the Nigeria Economic Governance and Energy Transition Support Program, which entails support for the implementation of the country's new Electricity Act and the Nigeria Energy Transition Plan. This program encompasses policy actions that will facilitate the provision of access to clean cooking for the majority of the Nigerian population by 2030. We are also integrating clean cooking into electrification programs and projects. And here examples include the Somalia Households Access to Renewable Energy and Advanced Clean Cooking Technologies project, which will entail the deployment of 25,000 improved cook stoves. There is also a program in Kenya which will distribute electric pressure cookers and induction stoves in peri-urban and urban areas of Kenya. This particular effort is in collaboration with UK's Modern Energy Cooking Services Program, with whom AFREC has published a report that was alluded to by Commissioner on clean cooking that will be launched here at COP29. But perhaps the most impactful support is associated with what we call Mission 300, in which we will be leveraging on the provision of electricity access to an additional 300 million people by 2030 to accelerate clean cooking access as well. But in addition to investment, the bank is also providing technical assistance to ministries of energy, industry bodies, and occasionally to enterprises. Here, I would like to cite the example of Malawi, where we are supporting the country to develop a clean cooking strategy. Lastly, the bank is working on approaches in which revenue from the sale of carbon credits will be used to partially finance the upfront cost of consumer appliances. We expect to announce our first transaction in this area in about 2 months. Ladies and gentlemen, there's so much we can do together. And together with our partners, in this particular case, the Clean Cooking Alliance, the International Energy Agency, we are in the process of operationalizing the Africa Clean Cooking Consortium with a view to coordinating our efforts with like-minded partners such as the AUC and AFREC, and countries that are taking a clear stance on the issue. And the best example of a country that is doing that is Tanzania. I'll stop here and thank you very much.
Let us again applaud the comments given by Dr. Kariuki. Right now, I will invite Damilola Ogunbini. She is the Chief Executive Officer of the Sustainable Energy for All, and they have done a lot when it comes to clean cooking. As she comes here, she will explain what they are planning to do more as they look for all using clean cooking. Damilola, please, the floor is yours.
Excellencies, honorable ministers, distinguished guests, I'd like to have a special thank you to my lady ministers here from Africa and special advisors. It's no coincidence why clean cooking is on the agenda. It's because there's a lot of women leadership. And to the leader of us all, Commissioner Abdul Zaid, who has been instrumental in getting energy access and energy poverty on the global radar. And I really think she deserves a round of applause, please. It's important when we sit here and we talk about clean cooking that we don't see clean cooking as a nice to have. It is a difference between a life and death for many unfortunate African women. It is today in my country, Nigeria, the 5th largest cause of death of an African woman. If you put it in context, what women are going through to feed their families is they're inhaling harmful fuels that they know will kill themselves.
So when we are taking this and we're taking anything from this, please have that impression. You know, AFDB with my brother here, Kevin, has done phenomenal work in getting this on the agenda and understanding the funding that needs. But we need all of you to understand that this is a threat to the society that we live in and a threat to the African continent. It is not acceptable that in 2024 we are saying that women are dying because they're cooking for their families, not to talk about all the other gender-based violence that happen. So I could come in here and talk about all the wonderful things we've done, and we have done, and the two people sitting down here are examples of that. But what I would like to emphasize is everything that we need to do. There's a program now led by the African Development Bank and the World Bank, of which Kevin spoke about, which is called Mission 300. This is the first time in support of, with the African Union, the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet, that we have decided that we are going to provide electricity to 300 million people. This is also the first time that we have made the concerted effort that we can't do the models we did in the past, where we go and provide electricity and we forget and provide clean cooking. I used to run, in my previous life, the largest energy access program on the continent, thanks to the support of AFDB and World Bank. And one of my greatest regrets, really my greatest regrets, is that we electrified 8.1 million people, but we did not provide clean cooking for them. And now it's costing double the amount of money to go back and provide cooking for them. So these are the mistakes that we've made that we have to translate to lessons learned for people like yourselves, government of Tanzania, that's really leading the charge, and Her Excellency the Presidency, that is the face of clean cooking in the continent right now. We are so excited to be coming in January for the Mission 300 Global Heads of State Summit being championed by the African Development Bank. But we insist that in that conference where we're talking about electrification, we would love to hear from you about what you are doing to make sure that this clean cooking is a reality for millions of people. We're also working with MEX in the UK. We're working with all these different organizations, but it's how that transitions on ground. We can be in all these conferences and talk and say very nice things to ourselves, but if our people in these communities are not feeling access to cleaner energy, then we would have failed. Another part of the clean cooking conversation we don't have is institutional cooking. What is happening in our schools? We know there's a benefit of the 1 meal a day from school to children's outcomes and educational outcomes. Again, Tanzania is leading the charge with the school feeding program they're providing and also testing e-cooking at the same time. How many of our other countries want to be part of these programs with the World Food Organization? These are things that are practical steps to show our citizens why we are here and why we're supporting them. So again, thank you so much for listening to me today. Please, I encourage you to support the great programs that are already happening with the World Bank and the African Union to make sure that nobody in Africa is without energy access. Thank you so much.
Please, another round of applause for Damilola and what they are doing in the area of clean cooking. For several years now, the International Energy Agency has been a leading agency when it comes to supporting clean cooking initiatives in Africa and in the world in general. Right here we have Dr. Fatih Birol, Director General of International Energy Agency. Let me now take this opportunity to invite him and give his remarks. Dr. Birol, please.
Dear colleagues, very good afternoon to all of you. It is a great pleasure for me to be with you here today. Dear colleagues, we are not based in Africa. We don't have so many African countries being a member of the International Energy Agency, and as such, I get a lot of questions from press, from different countries, why IEA is, as they call it, obsessed with the clean cooking in Africa? My answer is very simple. Because it is an energy issue, it is a humanitarian issue, it's a health issue, and it's a gender issue. If we are an energy organization, which we are, we have to see who cannot use energy and who can use energy. Since 2 decades, we are analyzing this issue. We are looking every year how many people have no access to clean cooking. And the numbers are not improving. Numbers are going in the wrong direction. Why wrong direction? Because when we look at the numbers today, we see in sub-Saharan Africa still 4 out of 5 households, they have no clean cooking. They are using wood, agricultural waste, animal waste for cooking. And it creates a lot of problems. Problem number 1, it is a direct effect on the health of women and children. Our joint work with the World Health Organization shows that each year more than 500,000 women die prematurely because of the diseases associated with the using wood, agricultural waste, animal waste for cooking, because of the respiratory diseases. It is one of the top 2 reasons for premature death of women in Africa. Plus, on average, a woman spends up to 4 hours to go collect the wood and then cook the meal. If you ask any woman in Africa, this is a major problem. If you ask any woman today in Europe or North America, they cannot even think of spending 4 hours to collect the wood or energy for cooking. They need 1 minute to just push the button to get the fire for cooking. So therefore, International Energy Agency took this issue seriously. First, brought the data, then used its convening power to bring many governments and countries together. 15th of May this year, we have convened a major summit. It is the largest clean cooking summit in the world up to now, co-chaired by the President of Tanzania. I am thankful to Madam President here. The Prime Minister of Norway, I am thankful to him. President of the African Development Bank and myself. And we brought many governments across the world, industry, financial institutions together, and raised on that day 2.2 billion euros. And this money will be used in order to support the transition from wood, agricultural waste, animal waste to the much cleaner options. There are many of them, includes, in my view, the use of LPG. And therefore, we were also very strong to bring it to the G7, the richest country's agenda in Italy. I am very happy that the G20 in Brazil is going to put in the agenda. I personally discussed with President Lula, who is going to make a big emphasis on that in G20. And finally, I very much hope this COP29 in the outcome document, please help the IEA to make it sure it should be in the outcome document that this issue is made high in the international agenda. And IEA will do it together with its African friends. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Please, more applause to the Director General of International Energy Agency. Ladies and gentlemen, as the program was progressing, in the room we had the Vice President of the United Republic of Tanzania who entered in this event. And because he has a lot of other activities which he has to attend, it is very good time now that we will have opportunity to hear the remarks from him. And therefore, respectfully, let me invite the Vice President of the United Republic of Tanzania, and I request you, please, if you can stand up. Thank you so much. Karibu.
Excellencies, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor to welcome you to this side event to address clean cooking challenges in Africa. Her Excellency, Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, extends her warm regards and gratitude to each one of you for taking time to participate in this important discourse. Excellencies, access to clean cooking is critical for achieving developmental goals and reducing over-reliance on traditional biomass. And despite its essential role in supporting implementation towards SDGs, access to clean cooking remains limited, with over 80% of sub-Saharan Africa still dependent on biomass, and especially firewood and charcoal for cooking. This in turn endangers carbon sinks and biodiversity, but also disproportionately affects women and girls who often spend hours collecting biomass and cooking. Furthermore, the use of traditional biomass has negative health impacts on people. At the same time, access to clean energy and appropriate technology is constrained by affordability and availability limitations. As we reflect on these challenges, it is essential to emphasize the nexus between access to clean cooking and gender equity. Women and girls are particularly vulnerable in this situation as they are disproportionately affected by use of biomass for cooking. And the burden of biomass collection, often hazardous and time-consuming, limits their opportunities for education and economic participation. And to address these disparities, clean cooking initiatives ought to integrate a gender perspective. Ensuring that women have access to clean cooking solutions improves their health, education, and well-being, and promotes active participation in decision-making. By developing clean cooking solutions tailored to address challenges facing women and girls, we can be expected to foster greater equity and resilience in African communities. Excellencies, strong political commitment is essential to transition from traditional cooking methods at both national and regional levels in order to drive policies, strategies, plans, and targets for clean cooking as part of national and Africa region growth initiatives. Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, a global advocate for clean cooking, launched the Africa Women Clean Cooking Support Program during COP28 and the Tanzania National Clean Cooking Strategy, which runs from 2024 to 2034 in May of 2024. Her leadership exemplifies a path forward and encourages all African leaders to commit and prioritize the clean cooking agenda. Excellencies and distinguished delegates, various aspects, including financial and technological innovation, must be explored in our quest to improve access to clean cooking. Incentives such as subsidies on LPG and other clean cooking solutions improved in countries where such incentives were provided. And furthermore, technology plays a pivotal role in accelerating the adoption of clean cooking solutions. I therefore urge African leaders to promote the development of technologies that facilitate clean cooking. And given that Africa is a young population, we must encourage and tap the innovativeness of our youth to develop appropriate clean cooking solutions. And with regard to financing, it is helpful to consider application of pay-as-you-go options, smart metering, and prepaid systems that allow payments in installment to make clean cooking more accessible and affordable, especially in rural communities. An emphasis should also be given on vocational training in clean cooking technologies to build up a skilled workforce which is capable of innovating smart cooking solutions, as well as handling repairs and maintenance of malfunctioning stoves and accessories. Excellencies and distinguished delegates, standards for clean cooking technologies are crucial in reduction of harmful emissions and lower energy consumption, which is critical for household savings and environmental sustainability. And these standards ensure clean cooking solutions adhere to essential performance criteria, offering consumers safe and effective products. And by enforcing these standards, we can ensure clean cooking technologies that safeguard health, safety, energy efficiency, and environmental sustainability. Excellencies, as we address clean cooking, I wish to restate that a one-size-fits-all solution may not be available, and therefore, national plans and strategies ought to consider local resources, challenges, and area-specific circumstances in order to come up with tailored solutions. We can create more effective and sustainable clean cooking initiatives by adapting solutions to meet different community-specific needs and circumstances. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, in conclusion, I wish to remind ourselves that about 900 million people in Africa still depend on biomass energy for cooking, leading into deforestation, loss of carbon sinks, and health hazards, especially for women and girls. It is important to appreciate that transition to clean cooking nationwide is not easy, considering resource and technological constraints. I therefore urge African leaders to prioritize and fast-track clean cooking for all, forging partnerships with the private sector, international partners, and other stakeholders, especially with respect to financing and technology. Thank you for listening.
Unazindua kitabu. Unazindua kitabu.
Oh, okay.
Your Excellency, thank you very much for the speech you have just made. We know that you are going back to the main conference to give the country statement, but we have an activity here which we will request you and the Commissioner for Infrastructure of the African Union jointly to inaugurate the publication on clean cooking in Africa. The publication reads, Sustainable Scaling, Meeting the Clean Cooking Challenge in Africa. And therefore, Your Excellency, we are going to bring the books. You will cut the ribbon, and while you do that, on the screen, a small video will be playing on the screen. And finally, you will have a photo. You will distribute these books to the high table, and then jointly, yourself and the high table, you will raise the books as we take photographs. So, the video can start playing now. Ngoja wanyanyue vitabu, nyanyueni basi. Ngoja ukishapiga hiyo picha basi nitawaambia. Okay, we are proceeding.
Yes, we are proceeding. We are proceeding.
We are proceeding. And now, let me invite the next moderator, who is going now to lead us to the interventions from ministers and other distinguished guests who are here right now.
Yeah. Okay. So which minister? Yeah. Good afternoon. We are going to continue the meeting. So before we go to a summary presentation of the reports, I would like to invite Her Excellency Ruth Setamu, sorry for the name, the Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources of Uganda, to make a short remark before we present the report. Your Excellency, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Okay. I am delighted to be here this afternoon, especially to have the microphone to speak after very brilliant presentations from our colleagues and leaders. I bring you warm greetings from Uganda, the Pearl of Africa, and I would like to congratulate all of you who have made inputs in making sure that the African woman and the child is saved from the diseases that we have been told about. Of course, Uganda is aligned to clean cooking, and I want to take this opportunity to thank the International Energy Agency, together with our Her Excellency, the President of the People's Republic of Tanzania, for the summit which I attended that took place in Paris, where 2.2 billion euros was raised. Uganda has made provisions to make sure that, first of all, we make energy access for all, at least by 2040. Because, as you may be aware, Uganda's energy generation mix is comprised of renewables. 90% of our generation mix is hydro, whereas we have solar, we have plans to do geothermal. So we can say that we have clean energy. So our focus is to make sure that this energy is accessible. Right now, Uganda is not consuming all the energy that we have generated. We have excess, and yet we have communities which are still in darkness. So our challenge is to make sure that we work out on the distribution infrastructure so that at least we have energy access. So clean cooking begins with making sure that energy access is achieved. Or if not, then you have to make sure that you encourage the energy-saving cooking technologies. And that brings me to the point of making sure that the private sector is assisted to get access to finances that will be able to enable them to manufacture these energy-saving cooking stoves. And the transition to clean cooking cannot just begin abruptly. Probably I may say that we have to begin from cleaner cooking to clean cooking. Because you had the MD for International Energy Agency in his remarks talking about an allowance of LPG, liquefied petroleum gas, which is not 100% clean. But for people who are coming from charcoal and firewood, LPG is a cleaner source of cooking. So Uganda has made an agreement with Global Gases Group, where we signed a purchase and supply agreement on the 18th of last month, where this group has been allocated land by government to establish a gas cylinder manufacturing plant, where they will be manufacturing at least 500,000 gas cylinders every year, together with their accessories, to be distributed by government freely. That will cost for $30 million every year, which government of Uganda will have to look for. But the commitment is there. The offtake agreement has been done. Come next financial year, we are going to see gas cylinders manufactured in Uganda, and 500,000 of them will be distributed for free, paid for by government. This is a project which is already there for financing. The second thing we have done as a country is to make sure that we remove all taxes from the clean cooking technologies, clean cooking stoves, so that we make them affordable. If we don't do that, the person who cannot afford payment for electricity may not even afford to purchase these stoves. So we have removed the taxes, and so we hope that people will be able to get access, to afford to purchase these energy cooking stoves. It will be difficult to announce that by tomorrow or by next year, we will not see charcoal being burned in Africa, or that we shall not see trees being cut down. No. So to come up with energy-saving cooking stoves will be one way of making sure that we are gradually transitioning from using huge sacks of charcoal for a month to using a tin at least for a month, then to using zero charcoal, and then real transition from these dirty cooking methods to at least clean cooking method. So we are calling upon everybody who can come and invest in Uganda. Investment climate is very good. We are aligned to achieving SDG number 7. We have our energy transition plan which was launched in Dubai during COP28, where we are emphasizing energy generation to make sure that we have what to distribute. And by 2040, we would like to see 52,481 megawatts, generated. We are pulling it through from a mere 2,020 megawatts. Recently, we launched, I think, the biggest underground hydropower plant in Africa, Karuma, which is going to generate 600 megawatts. But alas, all this power that we are generating is not consumed just because we have not established that distribution network. So it is important that African countries utilize all the power that they have generated by investing in the last mile connection. I lastly thank the World Bank with the facility they gave us at a concessional level of $368 million, which we are using now to accelerate energy distribution in Uganda. But of course, we shall need a lot more. Thank you so much for the opportunity. May you please enjoy the session. Aluta continua. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe we are running out of time. We will have a short presentation of the highlights of the report by the Executive Director of AFREC, that's Mr. Rashid Ali Abdullah. Mr. Rashid, you have 5 minutes just to give a highlight of the report.
Thank you very much, Yaguba. And I would like to thank you, Your Excellency, and all participants for coming and joining us for this very important topic. I don't have a lot of time. I'm not sure it's not working. In these 5 minutes, I will try to just highlight what is very important in the report. We have a very big report. It is like 160 report. They have very detailed data analysis and also very clear recommendation based on the continental experience and also the international experience. We believe that 2023 is a year of clean cooking. We have several initiatives in Africa in clean cooking, and this initiative done by United Nations. They publish a publication in EIA. They launch a very influential publication, and also several events during COP. But from African Union, we given mandate by Minister of Energy in the 4th session of STC to launch African Clean Cooking Program, considering the importance of this topic in African perspective. But I can say clean cooking is very urgent and very necessary more than ever, because we have a lot of costs. 1 billion out of 2.3 billion globally without access to the clean cooking is African. We are, since 2010 up to 2022, we are losing annually 3.9 million hectares of forest, which is become a climate issue. And also the cost of African continuing using this practice of clean cooking is costing Africa 791 billion per year. So clean cooking is very important and it is urgent for Africa. In the report, you have very details how Africa is losing due to the current practice. Just from the details and the data we have, for the last 20 years, we didn't done much. We are increasing in improving in clean cooking by 1.7%, but still, this progress is hindered by the alarming delay in other countries. So in total, we feel that Africa in clean cooking poverty. We have a full detail of all countries in Africa by region, and I think all the details in the report. And the status of clean cooking also, when we make the analysis of the data we have, about 69% of the population without access, only 12% have access to clean cooking. And this gives some message. The first message, we are off track of achieving SDG 7, 1.2. We are also, there are some approaches. Some countries, they have very advanced, but some countries is still lacking in clean cooking poverty, and some countries even go backwards. We also observe there are some differences. The difference between urban area is widening, and this also need to have some measures. So we did analysis for more than 12 African countries. We did analysis what's happening in India and Brazil, and the 4 areas that we think that we are key for clean cooking is financing, and also clean cooking should be part of integrated energy plan, and also we need to have access to climate finance as a solution for clean cooking, and also multi-stakeholder partnership considering the nature of the clean cooking. So the most important one, what is the African Clean Cooking Program? We are already launching this program, and this program is supposed to do very specific activity. First of all, we need to develop baseline, where we are and where we need to go. Baseline on the status of the clean cooking based on the current practice, available fuels, stakeholder, government engagement. And also we are planned to develop a continental clean cooking program, including a strategy and action plan to be adopted and by African Union institution, and it shows the leadership of the African continent to have a leadership in this area. And also, we are planning to facilitate a uniform tracking and reporting. Because without tracking and reporting, we don't know how we are improved or how we are staying our place. And also, we are planning to create a platform where member states can learn from each other, international partner, knowledge academia, and others. Last but not least, we are planning to establish innovative clean cooking facility. We are, as the African Union, we need to show our leadership to establish that facility to attract the fund, and then this fund will be used to support all African countries in several areas, developing their strategy and others. So this report is developed in the partnership with Modern Energy Clean Cooking Service, Energy Sector Management Program, ESMA, from World Bank, and also many African experts, many of them, they contribute to this report, and also with United Republic of Tanzania, we are hosting this event. So what we are looking for partnership. As a knowledge partnership, we are looking for the financial partnership, and we are looking also for at least advocacy, so that we can keep this clean cooking as the heart of the decision-making process. I think by this I can conclude here, but go to our website, the publication available in English and French. We have a summary where we have very details, and we have a complete report. By this, I thank you very much and hand over to moderator.
Thank you very much, Rashid, for this presentation. So the report is available online to download. Now, as you see, partnership is very, very key in addressing really the clean cooking issue on the continent. So we will be hearing from African Union member states and also international partners on the work that they do and how they could also contribute into implementing the African Clean Cooking Energy Program. I will start with the Honorable Chekero Tuea, who is the chairperson of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Natural Resources of the Republic of Namibia. Because of the time that we have, maybe I can give you 2 minutes, please, Honorable. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. Director of Ceremonies, 2 minutes. What can I do in 2 minutes except to say I am from Namibia, lawmaker. Our stand is age 12. I've seen on the project here, Namibia is excluded. We are here because we don't want to be excluded. Namibia has got a population of 3 million, and a size geographically of the country is 824,000 square kilometers. We also want good things. The climate change also affects us. We have got a lot to contribute, to mitigate, but also to address the adaptation. We are here so that you don't completely forget us, as I have seen in the project here. I believe I have exhausted my 2 minutes. But more than 2 minutes, we've got our stand, will be available there. If you're interested, we are here to be part of the proceedings. And please, you are welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable, for that efficiency. Now we would like to call on Mr. Ole Tonke, who is the Under Secretary of the Development of Denmark. I think he is not here. We'll move to the next speaker. I would like to call on His Excellency Engineer Mohamed Hamel, the Secretary General of Gas Exporting Countries Forum, GCF. You have the floor.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon all. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, with all protocol observed, it is an honor to stand before you today to address an essential issue, access to clean cooking. I commend the African Union and the Republic of Tanzania for organizing this ministerial meeting on the sidelines of COP29, shining a much needed light on clean cooking. Indeed, clean cooking must be integrated into climate finance discussions, as it plays a crucial role in both climate mitigation and adaptation. Clean cooking solutions reduce carbon dioxide and black carbon emissions and help preserve forests, which are vital carbon sinks. They also support adaptation and resilience to climate impacts, as they improve household health, economic stability, and empower women and children. At the Gas Exporting Countries Forum, and we have a stand over there if you want to know more about our organization, we believe a clean cooking strategy should be tailored to national context and circumstances, building on available and potential resources, existing and potential infrastructure, and value chains. It must be integral to each country's sustainable development strategy. Natural gas in its various forms is critical to Africa's path towards affordable and sustainable energy. For example, transitioning from biomass to liquefied petroleum gas, LPG, can save lives, improve health, and stimulate local economies through job creation in manufacturing, distribution, and equipment maintenance. Achieving universal access to clean cooking requires more than goodwill. It demands coordinated multi-sector action to address challenges in affordability, infrastructure, and cultural practices. Through targeted subsidies, scalable systems, and innovative models like pay-as-you-cook, clean cooking can become accessible to even the most vulnerable households. I extend my congratulations to the African Energy Commission and the African Union for its recent report on addressing the clean cooking challenge in Africa. We fully support its recommendations and are committed to strengthening our collaboration between our two organizations within the framework of the Memorandum of Understanding, which we have signed in February of this year. And I also commend the African Development Bank for its $2 billion pledge over the next decade towards clean cooking solutions. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, reflecting on my visit last year to the National Museum in Malabo, I am reminded of an African proverb. If your dream is to move a mountain, you must start by lifting stones today. Let us lift the stones that matter. Let us work together to make clean cooking a reality for every household, driving Africa's energy transition into sustainability, inclusivity, and above all, human dignity at its core. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Excellency. Now I would like to call on Mr. Joseph Nganga, who is the Vice President for Africa Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet. Is Mr. Joseph around? Okay. Mr. Joseph, should I give you 2 minutes or 1 minute is enough?
1 minute is enough. I think a lot has already been said, so I will say 3 things. It's great to talk about the macro need, the macro level conversation and clean cooking. How do we help it to land? I work for GEAP, the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet, and our work uses philanthropic capital to unblock challenges so that we can scale solutions for energy access and climate. In the clean cooking agenda, I will give 3 things that we do. The first is we are focused on electrification, and we want clean cooking to also use electricity. That requires 3 steps. 1, we must make the appliances affordable, as you heard from the Minister of Energy in Uganda. So we provide resource-based financing to pilot, test, and scale up clean cooking appliances, including pressure cookers and what are those other? Pressure cookers and the other kinds of clean cooking. Number two is infrastructure. So we work with governments on their planning. They need integrated resource planning to determine where they're going to get this electricity, because not everyone has a lot of electricity like Uganda. So they need to know where they're going to get it so that it is available for cooking. And third, we support policies and regulations by working with governments to help them understand what incentives they need to provide, to work with utilities to help them understand the impact of their clean cooking if it's on the grid. If everybody starts cooking at 7 p.m., what happens to the grid? So we provide technical assistance to unlock that. This is all incredibly important because, as Damilola said, clean cooking is not just a nice to have, it's a life and death situation. It's also critical because it helps ensure that our African utilities have enough revenues to be able to be sustainable, to continue supplying clean power. And again, I will use the Uganda example to say, when you have excess power, per unit, you pay too much. If you have excess power and you use it for cooking, you make it cost efficient for everybody across the country. I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to call now Miss Oli Brown, who is the head of cooperation from BARN. Okay, I think she's not around. Now let me call on Miss Jennifer Lake, who is the Global Director, Energy World Resource Institute. Madam, you have 2 minutes, please. Thank you very much.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, World Resources Institute, we are eager to help address the interconnected challenges of climate, health, and energy access across sub-Saharan Africa. Our strategic partnership with the Clean Cooking Alliance embeds clean cooking solutions into a range of sustainable development initiatives across WRI's programs on energy, cities, landscape, and the food system. And we're working on UN SDG 7 to provide affordable and clean energy and drive transformative action in the cooking sector. We're doing this with a number of initiatives, including through our Energy Access Explorer platform, which provides visual tools that allow policymakers, decision makers, and financial institutions to identify and develop programs that can target communities that lack access to energy and access to clean cooking. In Kenya, we're doing this with the Energy Access Explorer tool for clean cooking, and we have programs in Ethiopia, Kenya, Rwanda, and DRC that are continuing to expand those efforts. We're working to support integrated energy plans with clean cooking as a priority. We're looking at ensuring that lessons from energy access planning for clean cooking solutions are shared across policy makers and within institutions like our own that's working with research, delivery, and support for policy evolution. Finally, our African Energy Dialogue platform, which works with decision makers and partners in civil society to ensure that planning is done at a regional level to support those efforts by governments and development partners to scale effective cooking solutions. Thank you very much, and congratulations on the report.
Thank you very much, Madam. I would like now to invite Mr. Eric Corgnen, who is the acting head of Department for Trade, Private Sector and Financial Instruments from SIDA. That's the Swedish International Development Cooperation Agency. You have 2 minutes.
Excellencies, honorable ministers, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and fellow advocates of clean cooking. Thank you very much for inviting SIDA, the Swedish International Development Cooperation Agency, to this important event. SIDA is aligned with and actively supporting the goal of accelerating and rapidly scaling access to clean cooking, modern cooking solutions, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa, where most people lack such access. The portfolio of the Swedish Development Corporation is diversified and contributes both to market development and mobilization of additional financing for increased access to modern cooking alternatives, and it includes a number of catalytic financing instruments such as seed funding through Challenge Fund, for instance the African Enterprise Challenge Funds, and also procurement using result-based financing, where we are particularly proud of very recently having co-created and are financing the modern cooking facility for Africa, as well as we are working with partial risk guarantees with impact funds. We hope that these interventions will contribute to develop a market that builds a sustainable future for poor people and for the planet. In addition, Swedish development aid supports capacity development interventions and so strengthening an environment, enabling environment for the sector. Currently, our commitments contributing to increase access to modern cooking alternatives amounts to around 75 million euros. And in addition, we have several guarantees that are contributing to a lending of around 30 million euros to the sector. We are very happy to observe that the African Development Bank Special Funds Sustainable Energy for Africa, which Sweden is also contributing to, is geared up to specifically support clean cooking. I shall also mention that SIDA supports the establishment of minimum energy performance standards in Africa, thereby building the market for energy efficiency. With this portfolio in place, we look forward to engage further to scale up investments and financing for instance, with credit guarantees to nudge private investors to be part of the solution for clean energy. Thank you very much, moderator.
Thank you very much, Mr. Erik. Now, allow me to invite Mr. Matthias Nab, who is the Director for Regional Service Center for Africa from UNDP. So you also have.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Agostino Inguscio, the Director of the UNDP Center for Climate and Energy in Rome, and it's an honor to address you today. So, as UNDP, the United Nations Development Programme, the strategic plan for 2022-2026 strengthens the role of clean cooking as a critical enabler for sustainable development through the energy transition. What we've been working on, of course, is further commitment and further work from donors and partner countries in order to drive this fundamental aspect of development in partnership with the private sector. In particular, this year, both the G7 and the G20 fora underlined the importance of clean cooking as one of the most important tools to achieve these objectives. As UNDP, we were thankful to the occasion to engage with both G20 presidency and G7 presidency on this, and in particular on the G7 presidency this year, together with the International Energy Agency, we were part of the activities that led to the launch of Energy for Growth in Africa, which is going to be an important strategic tool through which advancing the objectives of clean cooking in Africa, and where clean cooking is highly featured, and we're already exploring some pilot and key studies in these directions, particularly in Mozambique. With this, I thank you all, and I reiterate the commitment of the United Nations Development Programme to this fundamental objective and forum. Thank you very much.
Hello. Thank you so much. Am I audible? Okay. Thank you so much, colleagues. I'm here on behalf of the Regional Service Center, the Director for UNDP, based in Addis Ababa, Dr. Matthias Nab. And I just want to say a few things because someone else has already spoken on behalf of UNDP. So I'm only going to take a few minutes to elaborate a few things the way we see it in the perspective of UNDP. We would like to say that there are really three key issues. There are really three key issues on clean cooking solutions the way we see it in UNDP. And I want to say that one is on policy and awareness gaps. The second one is on affordability and accessibility. And the third is on health and environment. For this, we have had solutions that we have practiced, worked with partners, and we think they are workable, and we would like to essentially bring this to the attention of everybody. One is to operationalize the discussions that came out of COP28 on enhancing regional coordination. Secondly is the promotion of the African leaders in championing clean cooking energy. Third is innovation financing and public-private partnership. And fourth is supportive policy and standards. And then fifth is about knowledge and awareness campaign. It's our view that these are the key cardinal areas of providing solutions for clean cooking in Africa. We can look at it in very many dimensions, but I thought it's important to flag this on behalf of UNDP. So thank you so much. I made it short. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. That brings us to the end of the session. So we have two remaining closing remarks, then we'll be done with the session. So I would like to first invite Her Excellency Dr. Dr. Amani Abu-Zeid to give her vote of thanks for the meeting.
Excellencies, distinguished participants, thank you very much for joining us today. And please, I know that everyone has many other commitments, including myself, to run to, but we cannot run to any other commitment before giving really a big applause to Africa and Africa team for this wonderful work and for all the partners who have been working with us. Thank you all so very much. Thank you, and please join us on another event on energy efficiency. Check the tables, because this is, again, a very important event that we're carrying forward together with our partners. And I thank you, wish you a good event, good COP29. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite His Excellency Honorable Dr. Mwigulu Nchemba, who is the Finance Minister from the United Republic of Tanzania, to give the closing remark on behalf of the Vice President of the United Republic of Tanzania.
Your Excellencies, I thank you for your participation in this important event, and especially for your valuable contributions to ensuring access to clean cooking for all. Your Excellencies, as we move forward, I urge governments, the private sector, and development partners to prioritize and embrace and support clean cooking agenda for betterment of our continent and our people. Together, we must commit to development and implementing policies that promote the adoption of clean cooking technologies and prioritize funding and resources for the most vulnerable populations. It is crucial to build the partnership and leverage innovation and local expertise, ensuring the solutions and sustainable tailoring of specific needs for our communities. By collaborating, we can create an enabling environment for clean cooking initiatives to thrive, ultimately leading to healthier, more equitable future across Africa. Empowering Africa leadership is essential to overcome the challenges and establish a sustainable future. Today's side event should serve our collective commitment toward universal access to clean cooking for all. By so doing, we can transform lives and protect our environment for many generations to come. On behalf of His Excellency Dr. Philip Mpango, who was supposed to deliver this message, I thank you all. Asanteni sana. Thank you all. Je vous remercie. Asanteni sana.
front line of the climate emergency. Despite contributing the least to the climate crisis, Africa is highly exposed to climate shocks, which are affecting millions of people across the continent. Africa's #1 climate priority is adaptation. Adaptation holds transformational potential for the African continent.
The African Development Bank and the Global Center on Adaptation launched the Africa Adaptation Acceleration Program, which we call AAAP, to mobilize $25 billion for climate adaptation in Africa by 2025.
The Africa-led, Africa-owned AAAP is the world's largest adaptation program and Africa's homegrown solution.
What happens in Africa will not stay in Africa. All of us can win if we invest in Africa.
The AAAP is helping smallholder farmers access digital climate information agricultural advisory services to improve food security for 13 million people. The AAAP is strengthening the climate resilience of infrastructure across Africa, benefiting 43 million people. The AAAP is equipping 1 million youth with entrepreneurship skills and championing adaptation jobs.
Because of the erratic changes in the climatic condition, most ports in West Africa have experienced flooding. Ours is peculiar in the sense that it's in an estuary, and we're more prone to climate risks. And these are all things that makes the collaboration with GCAP very important so that we can mitigate some of these climate hazards.
This is a possibility for 1,000 farmers in Kenya and 1 million farmers in Africa through the support such like the one we have received from a AAAP program. If more businesses are able to be supported towards fighting climate change, we would have this as a solution to the current problem we have, fighting drought, famine, and enabling our community socially and economically.
The AAAP is mobilizing funds for adaptation finance and utilizing an innovative direct access approach to secure $5 billion by 2025.
This is the time to invest in adaptation for Africa.
I hope you can all hear me. Okay, I think we start now. Just some logistical announcements and information. This is a silent and have to have headphones. So people who don't have headphones, you need to put your headphones on to hear what I'm saying. Otherwise, so I hope you can all hear me. Okay. So we apologize for Acceleration Program Partnership Forum. And so this is the 5th Africa Adaptation Acceleration Program today, where we share its progress, but also impact of the AAAP, and also a key moment for partnership building. Indeed, we are here at Baku, the Finance COP, as it's stopped, and it is unlock climate adaptation financing for to discuss. Therefore, I welcome everyone on this event, Government of Tanzania, the African Development Bank, the Global Adaptation, and the African. So welcome everyone. We will start now with welcome remarks from the CEO of the Global Center of Adaptation, Professor Dr. Patrick Verkooyen, who is also the Chancellor of the University of Nairobi. Professor Verkooyen, please.
I'm just checking whether you can hear me. I feel like I'm in a sort of a silent disco. But I don't see Kevin Kariuki dancing. But this is my message from the field. speaking to young people, particularly in Nairobi, and their headline message is no jobs, wrong skills, lack of hope. And don't take my word for it alone, or for the young people from Nairobi alone. This is the headline message of the latest report of the ILO. No jobs, wrong skills, lack of hope. Well, you know what? We can turn this around. And in fact, we are turning this around. We're turning this around through the AAAP, the Africa Adaptation Acceleration Program. Think about it. In the last 2.5 years, it generated 10 million plus jobs, 13 billion US dollars of investment shaped by the upstream financing facility. But we all here know very well, in our silent disco, there is an elephant in the room here in Baku at COP29, the US election. But you also know what the common ground here is. There are no red states or blue states. There are adaptive states or disaster states. There are no swing states or battleground states. There are resilient states or risky states. So the question here is, for this platform today is, will Africa be risky, or will Africa be resilient and prosper? And here in Baku, today, tomorrow, in the next 10 days, we can all speculate what the US administration will do or will not do about the climate regime. But what is certain, and that is my central message to you today, is that the Africa-owned, Africa-led AAAP is delivering. Africa, as you tell us, Africa needs resilience. Africa, as you tell us, Africa is not waiting. Africa, as you tell us, Africa is leading. And you, all of you here, the partners in the AAAP, you are the vanguard of resilience and action. More than, and Kevin will speak to this as well, in the last few years, what have you delivered? More than 50 regional partners, more than 50 regional projects, more than 35 countries where the AAAP is investing in. Tens of millions of beneficiaries, delivering on the $25 billion promise together. Think about it. The AAAP is, whether Trump likes it or not, it's the world's largest and most impactful adaptation program in the world. There is momentum behind the doubling of adaptation finance. We saw the report, the technical report, coming out just ahead of the COP. But we need to double down here in Baku. It's great to talk about the new collective quantifiable goal, and we should, but let us not forget what we agreed 3 years ago in Glasgow to double down on adaptation finance. So, Baku, today, this week, next week, Finance COP. But what is climate finance, quite frankly, colleagues? What is climate finance for Africa without adaptation front and center? My answer, nothing. Adaptation is and should be the #1 priority for Africa as a continent, as the most vulnerable continent in the world. So Kevin, you and I have been partners in crime from the get-go. $25 billion was a bold ambition in 2021. Let's face it, it is and it can only be the beginning, as Africa needs $100 billion a year on adaptation. But we also need to face the other reality. Mitigation Mitigation, we see it today, we saw it last week, we see it next week, we see it next month. Mitigation has failed. So I'm therefore pleased to announce that the Global Center on Adaptation and the African Development Bank, we have reconfirmed our partnership for the next 5 years. We will have a second phase of the AAAPs. We call it AAAP 2.0 for after 2025. So what will be the second phase? How will it be different? Well, first of all, AAAP, it has to deliver the 25, but after the 25, it has to double down again. Double the ambition from 25 to 50 billion. Double the impact across all metrics. And importantly enough, that's also why it's great that we have the CJR and NEPAD here with us. We have to broaden the scope of AAAP. We have to bring resilience also into education and health investments across Africa. This partnership forum today is about how we work together as a team to deliver results in country. And therefore, I would particularly like to thank our development partners. First and foremost, I want to thank you, Hans-Olof Ibreck, because it was you, Hans-Olof, through your personal efforts in 2020, before AAAP was conceptualized, to bring in your government behind the adaptation finance agenda in Africa. So thank you for that. I want to thank the United Kingdom for double down on AAAP. I want to thank France, Denmark, Netherlands, Canada, and the Gates Foundation, who have been with us from the get-go. So, colleagues, as my sister from NEPAD reminds me every single conversation, the 21st century is Africa's century. But the reality is this: we either accelerate and build resilient economies, delivering jobs, delivering growth, delivering prosperity, or, as we see it at too many COPs, is business as usual, where we miss out on the youth dividend. My take is the AAAP is the insurance policy that keeps prosperity for Africa on the table. Adaptation unstoppable, and with that, Africa unstoppable. I thank you very much indeed.
Now you can hear me. I think I'm not very good with technology, unfortunately. But thank you very much, Professor Fakoyen, for those remarks. As he rightly said, the AAAP, the Africa Adaptation Acceleration Program, is a partnership. So there are two sides to the coin. And now, can we welcome, on the other side of the coin, the Vice President of Green Growth, Climate and Energy at the African Development Bank, Dr. Kevin Kariuki, to deliver his remarks, please.
Wow, Patrick, that was passionate. I wish I could get injection of that kind of passion. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and friends as well. It is a privilege to join you today for this 5th Africa Adaptation Acceleration Program Partnership Forum here at COP29 in Baku, under the theme From Windhoek to Baku, Adapting, Empowering and Thriving. This gathering speaks volume of our shared commitment to accelerating Africa's adaptation action. As climate change intensifies, as witnessed in recent events around the world, Africa finds itself in the front line of impacts, ranging from prolonged droughts in Eastern and Southern Africa to devastating floods in West Africa. Indeed, actually, Kenya and Tanzania also experienced devastating floods in May, also this year. It is, therefore, in our view, adaptation is no longer an option for the continent. It is an absolute necessity. Failing to act now would leave millions vulnerable, deepen poverty, and destabilize economies. And it is indeed for these reasons that the African Development Bank and the Global Center on Adaptation partner to jointly launch AAAP, which has made tremendous strides in the last 4 years. As Patrick said, our ambition is to mobilize $25 billion by 2025 to advance climate adaptation action across Africa. Of that amount, I am pleased to say that the African Development Bank committed to mobilize half of the amount, or $12.5 billion. And I'm pleased to report that, that we are well on our way to meeting that target. As of December last year, the African Development Bank had mobilized $9.5 billion from its own resources towards this cause, which is indeed a remarkable achievement considering the current challenging global financial landscape. But what have we done with AAAP? Through AAAP, we have integrated climate adaptation and resilience into the fabric of 68 projects, 38 investment operations, and 30 technical assistance projects across 41 countries in Africa, focusing on vital areas like agriculture, resilient infrastructure, urban development, youth entrepreneurship, and jobs. These efforts are not just numbers, ladies and gentlemen. They are stories of lives that have been transformed. In regions like the Sahel and the Horn of Africa, AAAP 16 investment projects in 15 countries have bolstered food security and strengthened resilience for over 11 million people. Essentially, these projects are already making a difference today, as well as equipping communities to weather tomorrow's climate challenges. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a project that best exemplifies the transformative impact of AAAP is the Building Resilience for Food and Nutritional Security in the Horn of Africa. With the support of AAAP, we have mobilized an additional $151 million from the Green Climate Fund to help 1.5 million farmers access crucial climate information that safeguards their crops and livelihoods, thereby helping them in building the capacity needed to adapt and indeed thrive in the face of severe climate threats. AAAP's achievements are setting the standard for climate adaptation in Africa and beyond, and rightly getting noticed. At the UN General Assembly in September, AAAP was recognized as the best investable NDC adaptation investment initiative of the year. I think they deserve a clap. This recognition is testament of the centrality of AAAP in Africa's climate adaptation and the transformative impact resulting from this initiative. It also demonstrates the power of partnerships and the visionary leadership that it can achieve. As a result, the program has sparked global interest, and the model is being replicated in Asia, while discussions are underway to extend the approach to small island developing states. On the same vein, the African Development Bank continues to pioneer. In this regard, I am indeed very proud to report that Adaptation Benefits Mechanism, or ABM as we call it, was last week awarded the Special Jury Grand Prix at the inaugural Finance Your Cities Innovation Awards. ABM seeks to unlock private sector investment in adaptation by providing a channel for private investors to contribute to resilient building projects and be recognized for their contributions. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, in recognition that Africa's future belongs to its youth,
who must be engines of innovation, entrepreneurship, and climate action, AAAP's Youth Adapt program has already invested $5.5 million to support green and climate resilient development businesses by 41 young entrepreneurs from 20 countries. This support has already generated over 9,000 jobs, grown revenues by 123%, and attracted 7.6 million in additional investments. It is impressive what the young innovators have achieved within a short 3 years. And we are inspired and encouraged by these outcomes. We therefore plan to expand the Youth Adapt with new support models, including a launchpad, an accelerator, and robust investor readiness mentorship support. This will enable Africa's young entrepreneurs to thrive, to drive solutions that are vital for a resilient future and are sustainable. As the current phase of AAAP comes to an end, and we are very happy to hear from Patrick that there will be a phase 2, we must consolidate and communicate our results to demonstrate the impact of adaptation investments across Africa. I therefore call on all our partners to intensify our partnerships. I therefore call on all our partners to intensify our collective adaptation action efforts. Let us continue to mobilize, strengthen our partnership, and scale up resource mobilization to bridge the adaptation finance gap. Africa's climate resilience journey requires us all, and together we can build a future where adaptation and sustainable development go hand in hand. I thank you very much.
For those excellent results already seen from AAAP. It's growing, it's expanding, and we will hear further in detail when we hear the presentation. We're going to adapt the agenda a little. As you know, it's an adaptation program. So I will call on the stage right now a key supporter and partner of the AAAP, Mr. Hans Holev, who is Policy Director from the Section for Energy, Climate and Food Security in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Norway, to deliver his remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a little bit hard to follow the passionate speech by Patrick and then from Kevin. But I will try at least to provide a few remarks, even though I don't like this setup when I don't hear anything. It's so really strange to look at all of you sitting with your headphones. Normally I see you sitting behind your computers, but now at least you have headphones on. The Secretary General has said that we are in an adaptation emergency, and I think we all are fully aware of that. And unfortunately, the needs are increasing all around, and especially in Africa. Just to build on what Patrick said, it was actually in 2019, Patrick, not 2020, because it was in the lead up to the SDG's climate summit. And then Patrick and his colleagues, it was Kristalina, Ban Ki-moon, and Bill Gates and others, they had this commission on global adaptation. And they sent a clear message to us: we need to step up adaptation. My political leadership actually listened to that call, and they decided to step up our support to adaptation. So subsequently, they decided to double climate finance from 2020 to 2026, and we've already achieved that target already in 2022, actually, and we decided to triple our support to adaptation. So building on what Kevin said, why AAAP, and based on the achievement, who doesn't want to support or be part of this program with all the results they are presenting to us? So please, colleagues, let's join together and move AAAP 2.0 forward. So why did my political leadership decide to support GCA and AAAP? It's Africa's response. It's owned by Africa. Africa has always been a key partner to Norway. And my political leadership's also key priority was food security, which is a key element of AAAP. And at the same time, it's also bridged adaptation gap, it creates jobs, it increases resilience and gives us a lot of benefits overall in terms of Africa's development. So for us, this was basically a non-starter. I'm hoping that we will continue to be a partner with GSA and AAAP and the African Development Bank, which is a trusted partner to us. We need to also look towards other funding entity like the IDA 21 and the replenishment of ADF will be important mechanisms for all of us to scale up adaptation support to Africa. So with those words, I would like to reiterate the commitment from the Norwegian government to stay behind the adaptation agenda in Africa and continue to provide support to Africa and also to this important program. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those words. I would now like to welcome Mrs. Her Excellency Nados Bekele Thomas, the CEO of the Auda NEPAD, to give her remarks. And then we will go through the next speaker. Before we have the presentation, I would like to crave our indulgence to please stay on to listen to the presentation of the AAAP and the results and the way forward. So, Madam, please.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to this session. It's true, you know, when they said that, you know, you're not hearing anything. It's just, you know, you have to speak. It's very weird, but we have to adapt, right? You know, thank you very much, Patrick, for the wonderful, passionate speech as usual, and also my brother from ADB that spoke on this subject matter. All of you that are here, you're here because you believe in adaptation. Adaptation is no more, you know, just a projection or slogan or anything. It's a reality that we face. And day to day, you know, everything that we see around us, you know, reminds us that adaptation is critical and very important. I'll just focus on 3 or 4 issues. The first thing is, what does Auda NEPAD do? You know, of course, in partnership with GCA, and thank you, Patrick, for that partnership. You know, we, the premier development agency of the African Union, we are here to implement, you know, the adaptation agenda for Africa. Yes, Africa needs $163 billion for not only the just mere adaptation, but resilience and also risk mitigation and management. And this is something that has to be, you know, the challenge, not only for Africa, but for the entire world. Africa's adaptation program means really safeguarding, you know, the interest of the rest of the world, because we are giving really actually life to the rest. So, you know, it's a global collective challenge, it's a global collective cause, and we need to partner. And therefore, you know, our appeal as ADB, GCA, is just an appeal which has to be a common shared appeal, a shared responsibility, a shared cause. So, you know, that is one thing that I would like to really emphasize. The second thing is that what we do is not just mere, you know, saying there is a project operating in a silo, but it's operating within the ecosystem. And therefore, adaptation is mainstreamed within the second 10-year implementation plan. We have mainstreamed it within the national development plans. We have also made sure that the NDCs of countries, you know, bear that. Moving away from mitigation, because, you know, the majority of NDCs were based on mitigation, and now we're shifting to adaptation, okay? And therefore, it's very critical that we weave it within the planning instruments, but also within the budgeting instruments, so that African countries, member states, are aware of that, and they implement, you know, adaptation as they go on doing with their development plans. The second thing, which is very important, is the coordination aspect of it. We have to, as Africans and those supporting us, we need to really make sure that we seal the wastages and the leakages in our continent. Wastages and leakages, not only just because of the movement or of capital, outflows, not just, the illicit flows, but also the inefficiencies that happen in our continent. Inefficiencies that comes from lack of coordination, because, because, adaptation means that there is a need to have a multi-sectoral approach, to have a multi-dimensional approach, and to work together as one. And therefore, that partnership is not just a partnership between partners from Africa and outside, but partnership even within a country between ministries and all the entities that work together towards really making sure that adaptation becomes a day-to-day norm of our life. The third thing is and in that sense, for example, what we have done is we have now tried to see how the nationally determined contributions and the national investment plan for the CAADP, the Comprehensive Agriculture Development, in a way converge, and how they can speak to each other. Because in any case, smart agriculture and safety, which is contained with the NAI, is nothing but adaptation. When we talk about infrastructure, we have to make sure, like my brother from ADB just said, we have to make sure that the infrastructure is climate proof. And adaptation is part and parcel of what we are doing in there. And in this way, we have made sure that, we need a center of excellence. We've been talking with Patrick. We're still continuing to work. But the center of excellence is very critical that we have it at continental level, which we have one, but at regional level. And GCA's vision is really converging with ours. At regional level, where RECs are sitting, we need to have, an adaptation center. Why do we need that? We need that because we need to make sure that, the endogenous, coping strategies we have in Africa, we need to map them. We need to give them the status of knowledge and keep them, and there should be a repository at regional level to upscale them and to scale them up. The second is there is knowledge everywhere now. We need to have a repository of this knowledge so that we can give a knowledge advisory services to member states. And therefore, that center would be so helpful in developing research, in making sure that universities operate around Africa as community of practices. They share their experiences, and they share the research, and we can develop the continent that way. But we cannot operate in a silo when we talk about adaptation. And therefore, I think there's so much to do in terms of developing the technologies, in terms of developing the innovation that is there, coming out with homegrown solutions to our socioeconomic transformation is one thing that we are doing. And many young ones are coming out with solutions to their socioeconomic, challenges, including our agenda of climate adaptation. And yes, climate, adaptation is the way to go. Climate adaptation is a means for creating jobs for our young ones. It's an area which entices them, which excites them, and we should give them that opportunity. And therefore, we're not just doing, a climate program, but it's a total socioeconomic transformation program. And I want to thank all those that are partners with us. We are just the implementing arm of what you're doing. You give us the finance, and we develop programs, and we implement programs, for the sake of Africans, but not only Africans, through Africa, for the sake of saving the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam, for elucidating the areas of adaptation that the NEPAD see as the direction that Africa should go. And if you stay on for the presentation, you will indeed hear that a lot of the points that have been raised are already being done. And so it's about, ensuring that the partnership is really operational and functioning. So please sit back and wait for the presentation. I would like to now call on Dr. Ismahan Eluafi, who is the Executive Managing Director of the CGIAR, to please share her remarks on the view that adaptation should take. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. And it's really a pleasure to be in the silent party. So, esteemed colleagues, so we do know that science has been unequivocal. We are on a trajectory to breach the critical 1.5 degree in less than a decade. This escalation threatens to unleash profound impacts on global food security, disproportionately affecting the most vulnerable among us, smallholder farmers and producers who provide a third of the world's food, yet live in regions most susceptible to climate change. So today, since nobody talked about the numbers, let me give the number again, although we all know them quite well. We still have 800 million people that suffer from hunger. Nearly 350 million people that are affected by extreme hunger. That means a potential little hunger. Almost 40% of these people are in the continent of Africa. 280 million of them, which means that Africa has 20% of its continent that is facing hunger one way or the other. So what comes with the global warming? With 2 degrees more, we have an additional 189 million people. With 4 degrees more, we have 1.9 billion people. These aren't just statistics. These represent lives and livelihoods, hopes and futures. And many of these are going to be youth, as you said, Patrick. At CGR, we believe that agriculture is not just a victim of climate change, but also a vital part of the solution. It's not the only solution, it's part of the solution. While the sector contributes about 30% of greenhouse gas emission, it holds immense potential to reduce emission, strengthen carbon sinks, and enhance resilience. CGR and partners have developed many innovations that can push us in the right direction. We are expanding our efforts to ensure data and innovation gets to farmers and gets to policymakers. Our new Scaling for Impact program will accelerate testing, adapting, and scaling innovation by working closely with partners such as the World Bank, the Asian Development Bank, the African Development Bank, the Islamic Development Bank, and much more. We are making significant strides in bringing climate-smart innovations to those who need them the most. For instance, through the African Development Bank supported program called TAT, and you mentioned it, I think, Patrick, Technologies for African Agriculture Transformation, CGR works with African government and partners to deploy climate-smart agriculture technologies on a massive scale. TAT delivered climate-smart seeds, actually delivered to 12 million farmers in 27 countries within 3 years. The Wheat Compact alone benefited 1.5 million people by introducing over 30 heat-tolerant varieties. And this is really due to the combination of a financial institution, a great institution like GCA, and technologies from centers like CGR centers. Similarly, our collaboration with the World Bank on accelerating impact of CGR climate research for Africa enhance climate services and promotes climate-smart agriculture in Zambia. ECRA aids SMEs and farmers with solutions like off-grid solar irrigation, bioorganic soil fertilizers, and integrated agriculture, aquaculture business model. This has already benefited 120,000 farmers, 36% of them are women. As well, our recent cooperation arrangement with the Asian Development Bank establishes the basis for a planned ADB CGR Asia clearinghouse to promote sustainable agri-food systems in the region by integrating CGR solutions with ADB financing and technical assistance. And in deepening our collaboration with GCA, we see immense potential to amplify impact across Africa. Our recently signed MOU through the International Institute of Tropical Agriculture, IITA in Nigeria, exemplifies this. So together, CGR and GCA can accelerate the transformation of cutting-edge science into practical solutions, ensuring smallholder farmers, the backbone of Africa's food system, benefit directly from our coordinated efforts. But to realize all our collective potential, we need large-scale coordinated support for farmers. This includes strengthening the enabling environment at the country level, improving access to finance, de-risking transition for farmers, developing essential infrastructure like irrigation, and fostering public-private partnership. This is why partnership with institutions like GCA and the IFIs is so critical. By linking climate science with investment financed by international financial institutions, government and the private sector, we're ensuring that innovation reach those who need it the most. However, the scale of the challenge demands even more concerted action. The Glasgow Climate Pact called to double climate finance for adaptation, which we should obey by and go back to. We need to mobilize greater financial resources and technical supports, and this includes increasing concessional finance to vulnerable communities, mobilizing private investment through innovative financial instruments, and rechanneling special drawing rights to amplify climate finance in developing nations. Moreover, we must enhance our technical assistance, promote integrated country-led approaches, and improve coordination among institutions. And Madam Director General of NEPAD, all the solutions you mentioned are very important. And we have to make sure that all our efforts are synergetic and that they are not fragmented. All of us, government, international organizations, private sector, and civil society, need to renew our commitment. Let us work together to unlock the potential of Africa's climate adaptation efforts. Let us ensure that our action today lead to a more resilient, empowered, and thriving Africa tomorrow. And in many ways, in my view, if we are not adapting, it means we're going to be extinct for sure. So adaptation, it's not a choice, it's a must. And let us give hope to our youth in Africa, as adaptation, as you said, will give them the employment, but also not only employment, prosperity, a potential for a better future for all of us. Thank you.
A round of applause again for those insights. Indeed, it's about insights on what we should be doing and looking at for adaptation. I would now we've had the different remarks, and I think a lot of them have hinted at what the program is already doing. And I would like to therefore call on Dr. Ede Iyaz Vasquez, who is the Senior Advisor at the Global Center on Adaptation, and Ms. Edith Ofwana Adera, who is the Regional Principal Officer at the Africa Development Bank and the AAAP Coordinator at the African Development Bank, to please take us through the program in detail and its accomplishments and where it's going, where it's looking. Thank you.
Amanda, thank you very much. And actually, Edith, please join me here. In that sense, this is going to be a presentation at four hands. Now, 3.5 years ago, a group of heads of state from Africa and ministers from around the world
got together to say we need an Africa-led, Africa-designed program for adaptation. And what is the largest adaptation program in the world was born. Many people at that time said these goals or this program are just not feasible. $25 billion of investments influence in 5 years. That's too much. I am happy to say today, after crossing 3.5 years of implementation, that $10 billion have been influenced. And this is not a promise. These are $10 billion that have been approved by the board of directors of the African Development Bank, our primary partner, Kevin, thank you so much, by the World Bank, by IFAD, by the IMF, in bringing together more than 50 projects in 37 countries where adaptation is at the core of economic development for the region. I want to repeat those numbers. $10 billion influence, approved financing by IFIs, 48 projects, 37 countries, but you know what is the most important number? When you look at those projects and those specific projections, 63 million Africans will be having a more resilient livelihood because of these projects. That is an amazing progress, and that is thanks to all of you who are sitting here, who are the partners of this program, and the African Development Bank as a primary one. So how is this has been achieved? Through basically 4 actions. First, bringing the best science and policy of adaptation to the design of programs in the international financial institutions. All the way, we started with the African Development Bank, and many others began to say, we want the same. So it was the World Bank, it was IFAD, it was the French Development Agency, and it was even the IMF. We started with projects, but then the AAAP began to move also into policies. The IMF began its program of resilience and sustainability trust, and therefore they said, can we bring adaptation to making sure that these economies are better prepared for the disasters of today and those of tomorrow that will be even more intense and more dramatic because of climate change. We work with African partners to enable them to access global finance, global climate finance, like the Green Climate Fund, because government said, yes, great working with the IFIs, but we also want to have access to do more adaptation from the global climate finance. And the GCF said, fantastic, we're not getting enough proposals from Africa, we're not getting enough proposals from adaptation. The AAAP is helping in that process. Finally, scaling the domestic private participation into adaptation to change the mindset so that adaptation is not the responsibility of the government. Adaptation is everybody's business. And therefore, how do you work with national banks? How do you work with the private enterprises? How do you work with the young entrepreneurs of Africa to see adaptation should not be seen as a cost? Adaptation is an opportunity for development. 4 pillars of action: food security, infrastructure, adaptation finance, and one that is really important that not many adaptation programs in the world include: jobs and entrepreneurship. For adaptation, there's a lot of jobs. When everybody talks about green jobs, everybody thinks about climate mitigation, solar panels, electric vehicles, very important. But jobs for adaptation is what Africa needs, is where the opportunities are there. And we have competitions together with the African Development Bank of young entrepreneurs, and you cannot imagine the amazing solutions that they have begun to develop in that process. And the AAAP, for example, with the African Development Bank working in Nigeria, where there's a capacity building program. We're not having slides. So, no, because I like you to see me and not the slides. And in Nigeria, an ICT program, a program to develop entrepreneurs for ICT industries. The AAAP came and said, you know, a fundamental tool for adaptation is climate information services. There are so many business opportunities in Africa for climate information services that why don't we mainstream climate adaptation into ICT programs? A fantastic opportunity that Nigeria government said, yes, let's do that. Let's not only create programs in ICT, let's create jobs and entrepreneurship on ICT for climate adaptation. Those are the kind of innovations that are emerging into this program altogether. The IMF, as it was beginning to do the Resilience and Sustainability Trust, began to say, look, we know about budgets, we know about institutions, we know about public financial management. Why don't we have a partnership with the AAAP program and with GCA to begin to say, how do we bring the best science and policy of adaptation to the policy and institutional reforms that are needed to protect the economies of Africa against climate change? And now we have completed work on the Benan's 200 million program of the IMF, on Senegal 324 million of the RSF, and it's scaling to 4 new countries altogether. So this is a movement that is actually beginning to replicate across Africa, that we're working on projects, African Development Bank, World Bank, IFAD, etc., and on policies with the IMF in that direction. I want also to really emphasize, and we're so happy to have the managing director of the CGIAR, because in the end, you cannot have the great innovations of CGIAR beginning to influence some exciting programs, but we need to scale them up across the continent. We need to make sure that the AAAP is a conveyor belt of innovations, so that those innovations actually are not called anymore innovations. They are the new way of doing agriculture in Africa, across the world in that process. So we're very pleased to work in that direction, in that process. Now, all of this could not have been done without the support of donors that began to say there's a really interesting new way to mobilize large-scale financing for African adaptation. So when France and Norway and Denmark and the UK and the Netherlands and the Gates Foundation began to say, we want to support these upstream resources so that all of these activities can take place, one of the most important statistics that convinced them was that as the first 18 months of operation of the AAAP took place, we calculated what was the level of influencing. $1, a pound, and euro in the upstream facility influenced 100 times investments downstream in that process. So that level of leveraging and influencing has been the trademark of success of the AAAP. Now we are 18 months away from the conclusion of AAAP. The success with partners like the African Development Bank and that work is really calling, and African countries are saying, we need more of that. We are now beginning the process of design and consultation for AAAP 2.0, toward the second phase, where the opportunities to double our ambition, to expand the number of countries, to also expand the tools to work in that process so that we can go also from regional programs to deeper country multi-sectoral engagements based on even deeper analytics at the country level, where we expand gradually because the success of the AAAP has been its very strong focus, only 4 pillars, and there's temptation to expand, and AAAP has always been saying, no, we need to show success, but issues like health and education will be part of what is it that we're going to be discussing on AAAP second phase. So stay tuned. We really need to understand the successes, the areas for improvement, the acceleration of moving into that direction, so we jointly can say AAAP2 actually needs to be larger, needs to be faster, needs to have additional partners, needs to bring the innovations that are created in the CG system, but maybe in other partners to be able to say there's a program here that is Africa-led, Africa design, and leading to the results that you have seen the numbers. And I want to repeat the numbers. $10 billion influence so far, 37 countries, close to 50 IFI projects influence, 63 million people in that process. And I'm very happy to give Edith the word because African Development Bank is an invaluable partner. They are the ones who said this makes sense. President Adesina said from the beginning, this is fundamental for Africa. We are there all the way. So that Edith, tell us what is it that the AFDB has been done. Tell us how we should be moving to the second phase. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ede. Let me join the silent party. It's a bit awkward when you're here, when you're talking to people who just have mics. I'm the one who will change things a little bit and show the slides. I believe in seeing and feeling. So I'd like to request for the slides. Okay, so I will just move directly to a slide that will show the Africa map, just to give a sense of where we are in terms of the program on the ground. So the AAAP program, as Ede has rightly pointed out, is a partnership between the bank and the Global Center on Adaptation. I see the AAAP as a magnet. So it's a magnet that has allowed us to attract others who have the same vision for Africa, which is to accelerate adaptation finance in Africa so that we can make a difference on the ground. We work on 4 pillars: the food security pillar, the youth pillar, resilient infrastructure pillar, as well as adaptation finance. And I will touch on a few projects. And these are not only the African Development Bank projects, but also 1 or 2 projects from other multilateral development banks, just to show that AAAP is really a platform that has allowed us to bring in other partners as well. One of the projects that we have, which is a very unique project funded by the African Development Bank, is looking at expanding the road in connecting Kenya to Southern Sudan and upgrading this road. And basically what AAAP does is that we bring in the best science in terms of doing the climate risk assessment to look at what are the risks, physical risks on this road, the entire road section, looking at what are the future risks, and therefore how can we embed resilient elements, and particularly also integrating nature-based solutions. So this is a road project that's already ongoing. What we also normally do as well, apart from doing the risk assessment, we look at what are the adaptation measures, what does it cost? What are the cost of inaction? If we do not take these actions, what would it mean? And therefore, how can we unlock more financing downstream to actually finance those interventions? So this is one of the road projects connecting Kenya to South Sudan. The next project is an interesting project in Ethiopia. It's a food security project with the World Bank that is trying to build resilience, working with about 2.4 million farmers, intends to reduce 15% reduction of food insecurity in the particular region and also increase yield. And the idea as well is also to improve the volume of agricultural products that are sold and really looking at how we can diversify agriculture. So AAAP comes in to really look at what are some of the innovative climate smart solutions that could be integrated in terms of the interventions that are being implemented in the program. We also look at how can we build capacity of both farmers and also those who are implementing at the front line. The third project is a project in Liberia looking at building urban resilience. What we've seen a lot is because of the migration from rural to urban areas are facing a lot of pressure. There's a lot of flooding, especially in very climate vulnerable areas. So the idea is to work with planners, city planners, to look at how we can integrate climate consideration into the adaptation planning and into the planning process at the local level. And then to begin to work particularly with communities using locally led adaptation mechanisms for them to also be part and parcel of the decision making for them to be able to talk about how this is affecting them and what some of these measures mean from a local perspective. So we integrate communities to actually provide input to the planning process, to look at the solutions. Do the solutions work for them? So this is where we have brought in a lot of value to this project that's being implemented by the World Bank. The next project is, and Ede mentioned this project, it's a very large investment of the bank, particularly focusing on digital and creative enterprises in Nigeria. It's a large investment project, over $500 million, that's really trying to see how we can build digital skills, we can address some of the pressing needs in the country, and also to build creative industry. We know that a lot of youth are in the creative industry. One of the things that is unique that the AAAP program has tried to do is to look at jobs creation. When we are creating jobs, can we also expand the creation of adaptation jobs? We've heard of green jobs, but within the green jobs, we also have adaptation jobs. So we've developed, working with partners, the ILO, working with the PwC and others, we've defined an adaptation framework, jobs framework. And for all the bank projects, including the digital, the IDAS project, we've defined what it means to have an adaptation job, what are the skill sets required to do so. We've also provided market labor studies to actually identify areas where there's potential to create adaptation jobs within the implementation of this program. It's a program that's targeting about 72,000 direct jobs and over 770,000 indirect jobs. So it's a large project in terms of job creation. And we've targeted to get at least 30% of those jobs should be adaptation jobs. And the plan really is we've been testing this framework using a couple of AFDB projects. But the idea we are looking at, given this framework, how do we integrate it into our jobs framework as an institution so that it becomes part and parcel of how we look at jobs creation in the climate space. And this is something that's going to be institutionalized so that we can make a difference when jobs are being created. The bank has developed its new strategy, a 10-year strategy, 2024 to 2033. And one of the cross-cutting areas is looking at job creation for young people. So institutionalizing a jobs framework for adaptation becomes critical to really make a difference across the portfolio. The last thing that I'd like to touch on, and this is very critical, when we're working in the infrastructure space especially, we faced a lot of issues with capacity and understanding, especially of technical experts working in the infrastructure space. What do we mean by resilient infrastructure? What are the elements of resilience building? So we've developed a masterclass on climate resilient infrastructure. We call it Climate Resilient Infrastructure Officer Masterclass. So you take the masterclass course, it shows you what it means to include infrastructure resilience, resilience into infrastructure projects. What are the skills that you require? What are some of the project examples across different sectors? Road sector, transport sector, water sector, and sanitation. And the masterclass also includes real case examples from MDB projects so that technical staff can actually understand from an engineering perspective what we mean by building resilience. We've had this training to 240 people. We've had 8 masterclasses. We've also had a masterclass training for our technical engineers within the bank. And this is a masterclass program that we are rolling out across the continent. And this gives an idea of the kind of difference that we're making on the ground. I'd like to stop there because Ede has already focused on the financial work that we are doing with the IMF. So thank you very much, and over to you.
Thank you so much, Edith, for that, and Ede for that presentation. I think it was very insightful and showed, what the direction in which the program is going, and how we can forge more partnerships to ensure that we really mainstream adaptation financing in Africa. So I'll just call on the representative of His Excellency, the Vice President, who unfortunately could not join us. And thereafter, we're going to take a massive group photo, and then we go into the panel discussions. So please, may I now welcome Dr. Freddie Manyika, who is the Director for Environment at for the United Republic of Tanzania. Please come up to the stage and deliver your remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amanda. On behalf of the United Republic of Tanzania, let me first of all convey my sincere apologies from the Vice President's office and the Vice President himself and his team for not being able to come to this event. Because of the change of schedule today, we were scheduled to speak tomorrow, but the program changed, so we have to stay longer in the plenary in order to deliver the speech, and the other program also changed completely. So I'm going to read the statement which was prepared for him. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellency, it is my honor to welcome you all to this 5th African Adaptation Partnership Forum, co-hosted by the United Republic of Tanzania, the Global Center for Adaptation, and the African Development Bank. Your Excellency, as you are aware, adaptation finance available to the continent is very inadequate at the moment. And we have heard from several statements from the previous speaker that Africa is still underfunded. Most recent figures show that, especially from adaptation, from the adaptation states and the trends, the report showed that despite the adaptation financing doubling to almost 1.3 trillion annually over the past 2 years, Africa climate financing indeed declined from 70 to only 5% over the same period. So for Africa, the adaptation, the continent only received only 20% of the adaptation finance flow during that period. Furthermore, Africa is projected to mobilize about $195 billion by 2025, despite needing almost 1.6 trillion, leaving the continent heavily underfunded. The United Republic of Tanzania is not left from the global crisis, economic and the social impacts of the global climate shocks. The impacts of the climate change with increasing drought and the floods continue to drag the economy of Tanzania. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the government of Tanzania is taking this challenge very seriously. And in response to that, we have developed the National Climate Change Response Strategy of 2021, the National Determined Contribution of 2021. All these are geared to guide the climate change initiative in the country. Next year, we are expected to host the African Heads of State Energy Summit to agree on a common goal to ensure African overall objective of achieving universal access to affordable energy, reliable and sustainable modern energy by 2030. As you are aware, this afternoon, the Vice President himself initiated a program on clean cooking. I think this is commendable for the continent. So the African Adaptation Acceleration Program is a commendable program helping to forge African adaptation financing paths. I am delighted to state that the program upstream financing facility led by the Global Center for Adaptation, GCA, has supported investment financed by the African Development Bank, the World Bank, in the sector of the food security, infrastructure, nature-based solution, urban water, which was almost 2.2 billion in Tanzania. These investments are directly supporting the climate change proofing of national infrastructure, enhancing food security and the resilience, informing urban development through stress testing and the development of the climate change hazard maps. Furthermore, in collaboration with the African Development Bank, GCA is embarking on transforming initiative as part of the Tanzania Agricultural Development Bank Phase 2 program. Through this program, GCA is providing technical support to Tanzania African Development Bank to assess climate risks within the portfolio, developing pertinent tools and methodologies, and enhancing capacity for integrating climate change resilience, leading to practice across its operation. Ladies and gentlemen, I also pleased to note that our Minister of Finance has requested the Global Center for Adaptation, GCA, to provide technical assistance for development of so-called Tanzania vulnerability maps in the context of Resilience Sustainable Facility, RSF, approved by the IMF board in June this year. These vulnerability maps will help to inform key activities in the country, including land use planning, agriculture, construction, and urban planning. I expect that through my office, GCA will continue to explore adaptation priorities for targeted support, including developing investment briefs and assisting in the crafting adaptation investment plan to serve as the foundation for adaptation investment round table within the country. This will build upon existing initiatives such as formulation of our third national determined contribution, which has already started. It's also slated for submission to the United Nations by 2025. As I commend the effort by the GCA and the African Development Bank for being and also supporting Tanzania to continue supporting the program, especially this program that we have already held it, so that funding can expand to developing countries, in particular the United Republic of Tanzania and the other African countries. It is my expectation that through the program we can implement adaptation ambitions laid out in our national climate change response strategies, and as well as our NDC. Finally, Tanzania, the United Republic of Tanzania, needs to have a strong organization that can access direct global climate financing. So we are glad to partner with many willing partners to support us in that regard. So we call upon for technical assistance to provide it so that to strengthen the capacity of Tanzania and the other African countries to access Green Climate Fund and as well as other sources of financing. As we are here to discuss the new quantified global on climate financing, Africa should not be left behind. So I call upon all our technical experts that are here to make sure that in the negotiation this agenda is pushed forward. I thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mayika, for those remarks, and please convey thanks to His Excellency for supporting. We have one more speaker, and then please stay on for a very exciting panel session which has to do with unlocking financing for young people, doing exciting, innovative work on adaptation in Africa and globally. So please don't leave. We'll just have the one discussion, have a nice group photo, and then the exciting panel session will commence. It's my honor to please welcome Dr. Dina Saleh, who is the Director for the International Fund for Agricultural Development, the East, North, and Europe Division. Please welcome her to the stage. Oh, there she is. Thank you very much.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed really an honor and a pleasure to be with you, and thank you for staying on so long to listen to this. But I think the subject here is very important and concerns us all beyond just Africa. I think, for those of you who don't know, the International Fund for Agriculture Development is a United Nations specialized agency, but also an international financing institution established in the 1977 during a very similar period to today, during the crunch of the food and energy crisis of the early 70s. So really we're looking at very similar times. History repeats itself, and I think this is really bringing a lot of these experiences also to the forefront to what the challenges that we face today. I just wanted to thank the organizers for inviting us, for inviting IFAD to be here today. Also, I think talking about accelerating adaptation and in Africa is the key. And the reason for this, you heard the previous speaker, the segment of the small-scale producers and the role they play in food production systems is huge, is enormous. I mean, small-scale producers are producing globally 50% of the food supply, and in Africa that proportion could be up to 80%. So small-scale producers are really key to our daily subsistence and our daily food needs. Having said that, climate finance for adaptation in developing countries funds only up to 1/5 of what is needed. IFAD estimates this financing gap for this segment, the small-scale producers, to be about 75 billion annually. Now that may sound as a staggering amount, but if you put it in perspective, small-scale producers are the ones who feed us, and they are the stewards of 12% of the agricultural land, and they, as I said earlier, produce at least 50% of our food. Now, this production is actually seen to be reducing to almost with another 18 to 20% by the year 2050. And we ask ourselves why. We all know we're all impacted daily by climate change, by the effects, the devastating effects, what we see in terms of consecutive and successive periods of drought in Africa. We see the erratic rainfall patterns, cutting production of cocoa in places like Ghana by 50%. Looking at what is happening in places in North Africa, where you have countries like Tunisia with 4 years of consecutive drought. This is the reality of what small-scale producers have to contend with. Therefore, there is an urgent need to increase our climate finance flows to these underserved farmers. There's about an estimated 1.3 trillion needed annually for climate finance. Less than 1%, as you heard, 0.8% goes to small-scale farmers. But less than 5% goes to climate adaptation. And this is a huge gap. So we welcome the support and the ambition behind the AAAP to bring 25 billion to Africa in critical actions such as food security and adaptation. As I said, we are estimating 75 billion, so we must continue to pioneer new initiatives for climate finance flows to support our member states and the rural people who live in them. This is in IFAD's DNA. Yet international financial institutions, particularly those with a development focus like IFAD, can do more to drive ambitious funding streams. Climate finance allocations can be increased, access for developing countries can be simplified, and more risk mitigation instruments, including partial guarantees, can be used. IFAD is doing its part by increasing its percentage of climate finance in investments to 45% and establishing a private sector operations division, which is seeded with a $100 million capital to enhance engagement with the private sector. However, this is not enough to bridge the gap. We need to continue to develop collaborations and partnerships, which is why IFAD's partnership with the GCA is so critical. Together, we have already programmed over $550 million in support of the climate ambitions in Malawi, Nigeria, Cote d'Ivoire, South Sudan, and Eswatini. The technical support the GCA brings is critical for technical and contextual adaptation insights, providing and pooling resources, and coordinating a joint action and achieving the impact at scale. Critically, the AAAP is able to provide the contextual knowledge and the country-specific support designs and implementation processes to facilitate the flow of resources to the farm level where they are needed most. And the urgency and magnitude of the climate change challenge demand that the development world seeks to enhance its impact through increased partnerships and directly support countries to realize their NDCs could not be more overstated, as we'd like to say. And a significant opportunity between GCA and IFAD lies under the AAAP's adaptation finance goal that significantly calls for solutions to innovative public and private financial instruments to increase flows in alignment with NDCs. If we are to bridge the gap and meet national commitments, we will need the private sector. IFAD is uniquely positioned as an IFI and a UN agency to aggregate public resources and crowd in the private sector through a suite of financial instruments, such as concessional loans for blended finance, sustainable bonds, guarantees, and market-based mechanisms such as the payment for ecosystem services. As such, partnerships with the AAAP are critical for innovating and tailoring these instruments to be climate-aligned, operational, and attractive to the private sector in the unique contexts across the diverse continent of Africa. And we also must advocate for policy reforms that create the enabling environments for sustainable investments and incentivize climate-friendly and green practices. To conclude, we need to learn from ongoing experiences. Identify what is working, refining it, and scaling it is critical for Africa. Notably, with the GCF co-financing, IFAD's inclusive green financing initiative exemplifies this approach, where we have mobilized $177 million in climate-resilient agriculture across 5 West African countries: Burkina Faso, Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, Mali, and Senegal. By using these concessional loans and technical support blended from multiple sources, we offer a scalable risk reduction model for private adaptation investments. Ladies and gentlemen, beyond this, we must also focus on identifying and driving more innovative finance for climate adaptation and the uptake of green and sustainable bonds, guarantees, and climate insurance to crowd in private resources. This offers an opportunity for us to also learn from these experiences, and also, as a consequence of the partnership, to provide the bridge of learning, knowledge sharing, and increased South-South learning for impact in Africa. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause again for her. As I had said, we're going to take a group photo now. So if you can please come forward. First, the speakers, please take the front row. Sorry, here on the wood, and then the rest of us can stand on the carpeted area so that we can capture everyone. Tess, if you can please assist with mobilizing us all for this group photo. It's a partnership, so we want to, in the spirit of partnerships, have a partner-centric photo. And then it's not over, because the access to finance for young people, young entrepreneurs, will go on after the photo. Thank you. as we said, it's not over. We have an interesting panel session. Can we please take our seats for the panel discussion? It's about the financing for entrepreneurs. Please, can we take our seats? They can't hear me. While the panelists please join the stage. And can we please come forward? Fantastic. Do we have everyone here? Okay. Save it online. Okay. You're good with that? Okay, so I hand over. Can we please move forward and fill up the seats in the front? Yeah. They're not listening. Okay, but it's not working. Can you hear me? Oh, okay. So let me know if you can hear me. It's starting. Okay, great. Great. So I'd like us now to move to the next session. In this session, we'll be focusing on unlocking financing and support for young people. And the purpose of this particular session, we are gathered here to discuss how to mobilize finance and support to accelerate climate technology enterprises across the continent. I'd like to just give a bit of a background on the Youth Adapt program that the bank has been implementing alongside the Global Center on Adaptation within the context of the Africa Adaptation Acceleration Program. Over the last 3 years, AAAP has been supporting young entrepreneurs to accelerate and scale their innovations in Africa. What we've realized, it's not the only right thing to do, but it's a smart thing to do. And we have seen triple dividends when you support young people. One, you get very quick results. In 2 to 3 years, we have concrete results. We have funded 41 enterprises. They have created over 10,000 jobs. They have increased their revenues by over 100%. And they've also been able to mobilize additional financing of about 7 million. So you get very quick results. And they are also building resilience at the community level. And this is just the beginning. We started a discussion at the climate conference in New York. And at the conference, it was a very interesting side event. And it was a side event that was focused on action. So the first thing the moderator told us, and that's David, who I'll introduce shortly, and my panelists here, is that this event is an action-oriented event. We will not just be talking, but we will take action. At that event, I shared the vision of the AAAP program to support 10,000 enterprises. And to support these 10,000 enterprises, we needed a minimum of $1 billion. But raising $1 billion is not easy alone. And when I look at the number of enterprises we've supported to date, it would take us 500 years to fund 10,000. So what that means, like our president always says, we have to hold our hands and to work together to make this happen. So since the side event at the New York Climate Week, we've been having discussions with a number of those at the panel, as well as others online. Given that we are all working towards supporting youth enterprises in Africa, if we work in isolation,
We'll be duplicating effort, we'll be duplicating resources. How can we come together? So this session will be about how do we unlock finances? How do we provide support to young people? And to ensure that the support is not creating dependency on grant, but we are actually transitioning them to blended finance. So with that, I'd like to introduce my panelists. I have 4 panelists with me here, and online I've got David, who will be speaking shortly. I'd like to start by introducing Alexi Chandrin. Alexi is the founder and managing partner of EverCity. Alexis, considering your experience with an enabler platform, so Alexis manages an enabler platform that connects banks, institutional investors, and SMEs for sustainable debt and carbon credits. So my question to you is, how do you see this solution helping us unblock 1 billion for 10,000 enterprises in Africa? And as you look at that, tell us a little bit about what are these innovative approaches and financial instruments that we can actually use to transition youth from dependency to being more sustainable and to look at different models of instruments. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Very happy to be here. And it's my 9th COP, so I've been following this discussion and developing solutions simultaneously to solve the problems that you mentioned. So going back to the first question on the practices that are there, I see 2 important things. So first of all, you know, combining all these stakeholders together and helping youth SMEs to get financial knowledge, but not with like the old capacity building practices, but providing digital infrastructure and certain gamification where people who don't have climate finance knowledge, which is very specific thing, they can go through the stages and get climate financing by doing their core things, and so the tech does the rest. Important thing is decolonization of infrastructure. So infrastructure should belong to various African countries, but there should be interoperability. So all these regional infrastructures, national infrastructures, they should be somehow connected and should exchange data and value. So these are very important things. One important thing I want to add is yes. Hello. Yeah. So there are so many funds. There is GCF, there is GF, there are so many philanthropic initiatives. There should be one window for, you know, climate financing. Infrastructures being localized, independent, stimulating and empowering local players like, you know, local auditors, local project developers, local MRV solutions. Now with technology, we don't need them coming and, you know, doing all the job. These people can be there in the countries. This can provide even more jobs. At the same time, due to technologies, this can be all connected, and the funding should also come. And the matching between the funding and the projects should be somehow also automated as well. We don't need so many acronyms and learn all these complicated processes every time. So this is what's going on. These are the trends, and a lot has been happening already, so it's not just a fantasy. And we have right in front the Digital Innovation Pavilion, where we highlight some of these examples that are being done right now. So briefly, these are the key points I wanted to highlight. Thank you.
Perfect, thanks. Maybe I'll keep one mic. Can you hear me? So thank you very much, Alexi. You've talked about the digital infrastructure, gamification, and interoperability. But you've mentioned something that's very interesting. that we shouldn't have too many climate funds. We should only have one climate fund. I'd like you to elaborate a little bit more, because what we've realized, if I look at the ecosystem of supporting enterprises, we have many people supporting youth enterprises with finances and other technical support. What we've realized is that you may not necessarily need one program, but you need coordination. You need working together. So could you elaborate a little bit more by what you mean by having this one window?
Absolutely. So all these different climate funds and different opportunities, there in fact are just set of different criterias, which sometimes are very similar, sometimes not. And they can be put in the form of an algorithm, of a code, you know, all these criterias. So if we have a one window data capture opportunity, so for example, different projects, they fill in the data into one window, you know, application. And then this application is connected to all these different criteria, all these different algorithms. And even without AI, you know, with AI, everything is better. But even without AI, the system can tell you which climate fund, which climate financing opportunity this particular project can qualify for. And automatically fill in the application based on the, you know, digitized criteria and algorithms that all these different funds have. So this is all not like really rocket science. This can be possible if there is such an initiative, if there is such a will, this can be done. And this system can provide recommendation, can fill in the application automatically and then guide through the process. It just needs coordination of you know, MDBs, DFIs, and maybe other players from the private sector.
Because that gives me a very good segue to the work that you're doing, Jacinda. Jacinda, you have been involved in efforts to raise substantial amounts of climate finance in emerging markets for many years. And I know that you're one of the champions of bringing ecosystem partners together to sort of like address the point that Alexi is talking about. So my question to you, could you please highlight one compelling example of success differently, and why do you think that particular model that you will share is important? A quick question to you as well is how then, with the context of what you have been doing, can we unlock $1 billion for 10,000 enterprises as a minimum in Africa? Over to you.
Thank you so much, Edith. I really appreciate all that you guys are doing together at the AFDB, and Alexi's amazing platform is really innovative and reaches out to the SMEs. What we've done, just to say, I'm with Ambition Loop as a finance lead and also with the Climate Champions team and Africa Finance. And we work together to do what we call the Regional Platform for Climate Projects. And that was an initiative around the 5 regions with the UN Economic Commissions to pull together climate, nature, positive projects. Because if you speak to the market will say, oh, there's no projects. The finance people will say there's no projects. The project developers will say there's no finance. And at the end of the day, there is finance, there are projects, but they're just not speaking to each other. Much about what Alexi said, you know, they're not providing the relevant data, or they don't have the right metrics, or the projections aren't what the finance people want to hear. And so what we at the Champions have been doing with our partners like BCG and McKinsey and other consultants is really to shape the support and capacity building that these project developers and financial institutions need in order to really understand this climate market. So for example, if you have a pitch deck but it doesn't really properly reflect the impact that needs to be calculated or measured that will give you a valid entry into a certain investment tool, or if you're not able to really demonstrate the revenue streams, which some, you know, an agroforester, you know, in a smaller country has not been to business school and is not prepared to create the financial statements that are necessary in order to access capital. And so what we've tried to do is to support those projects by providing that added level of competence so that they can basically translate what they have into finance speak, if I can say it like that. And that has allowed us to open the floodgates of capital for the projects that we're supporting, because they're able to comply with the higher level of due diligence necessary for them to access the capital. So it's not so much that the capital is not there, but they're not really speaking the same language. And so what we've done at Ambition Loop this year is to try to take that to the next level and basically say, okay, there are pipelines of projects throughout the world, whether they're regionally specific, whether they're industry specific, and they don't really have access to a broader market or necessarily to the capacity building partners that can help support them. And so we're bringing them together kind of as pipeline partners. So they're bringing like CFA, the Climate Fund, Climate Finance Accelerator in the UK, and AFDB with the SME, and basically saying, okay, we can put all of these projects on a digital platform, similar to what, you know, Alexi's doing, is providing digital capacity, right? So there's an increased visibility. And also by bringing these projects onto the platform, we're requiring them to understand the data necessary for them to access the information. So we're giving them guidance around how to structure that data, how to put it together in a presentation that will be feasible, right? So they're becoming more bankable simply by complying with the basic structure. So sometimes it's not a capacity issue, it's more of a structure and how we're structuring these transactions. And so the more support that partners can give in this area, the more projects that can actually cross the line. And what I do want to say is that there's really almost 3 pools of capital, Edith, that we need to expand on. One is the pool of capital to the actual projects on the ground, making sure that more of that capital gets all the way to those landowners and indigenous people and communities. One is financing for capacity building for the financial institutions. So there's a lack of understanding about climate innovative techniques, carbon markets, whether it's sustainable bonds, whether it's sustainable insurance products. A lot of these are nascent innovations. And so they do take some upskilling of the actual financial institutions in the different regions so that they can actually absorb the capital that's coming from the Green Climate Fund and the other institutions. And then the last is really like yourselves. There's this stream of infrastructure players like myself, Alexi, and you, who actually need capital to create, what I'm saying, the highways that will allow the capital to flow from the projects to the financing, from the financiers to the projects. And so the need for the $1 billion is partly to fund the projects, but it's also to fund that infrastructure that's necessary to move into a new international financial architecture. We've heard a lot of discussion about reforming the international financial architecture. And to me, the most critical part of that is ensuring that nature-based metrics, climate-based metrics, land and water components are incorporated into the financing structures of all the banks, into the financing structures of all the insurance companies. And the more that we do that, the more that we incorporate those types of impact assessments, then the more those become valuable, right? And the more that that added value becomes a part of the system, and it really does transform, so that we're not just looking at revenue, right? Like right now, if you ask about a project, what's the returns, right? If it doesn't have returns that the banks want to see, then, you know, they're not, or the investors want to see, they're not going to invest. But we have to restructure the system where it's returns and purpose. We somehow have to get a really good value on what is the purpose, the impact, the social, environmental. How can we put that on the balance sheet so that these projects that have a significant social impact are valued, you know, not just for having the return. So, you know, we're really working with a lot of project developers. No, here we go. And sorry, I guess it was telling me I need to wrap up. But basically just to say, you know, the way for us to access the capital is, one, to help make sure that those projects, that the support for the infrastructure is raised to the level of awareness, and that project developers themselves have the capacity to make their projects more bankable with the consulting support that you're providing to your SMEs. It's all very critical to make this puzzle work together.
Hello? Okay. That's a very interesting perspective. And I remember when we had this discussion in New York, I likened it to Airbnb and Uber. You notice Airbnb and Uber, they do not own the cars, neither do they own the people. They own the platform that brings the cars and the people together. Same with Airbnb. So in other words, the platform that both of you are talking about is a platform that brings the investors and also brings the SME projects together and allows them to be visible, and also coordinates the pipeline partners, the partners that have projects, Youth Adapt and others, for their enterprises to then be visible to the potential funders. So that the 1 billion doesn't necessarily have to pass through any of the individual institutions, but can actually go directly to the enterprises. We're just making the connections happen. Yeah, thank you very much. I think that's an interesting perspective. I'd now like to turn over online to David Munir. David is the CEO of Green Catalyst Africa and also Bloom. David, I hope you can hear us. David, you have been involved in supporting climate entrepreneurs across the Middle East and also Africa for several years. What is one of the major challenges that you've seen that is constraining entrepreneurship and enterprise growth in emerging markets? And probably you could also tell us what is one way in which we can make the ecosystem be more efficient and impactful so that we're working more together rather than in silos. Over to you, David.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Edith, and everyone for the great discussion, the previous presentations. Can't hear me. Okay. Let's see. Is that from my side or from the technical team side?
We can see. We can hear you.
You can hear me now. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. First off, thanks, Edith, and thanks, everyone. Great discussion and great event today. It's been a wonderful journey and learning experience working around the Middle East and Africa for many years. And one of the things that has inspired us so much, and actually even inspired us in terms of the name that we chose for our organization, Bloom, is this concept of the super bloom. And for people who aren't familiar with the ecological phenomenon of the super bloom, the basic idea is that in a normal season, usually in a desert or some other arid environment, there's a certain number of blooms per square meter. But when the conditions are right, when there's the right amount of rainfall followed by the right amount of sunshine, etc., is you have this amazing phenomenon called the super bloom, where there might be 10x or 100x or 1000x the number of blooms within that same area. And this is part of our core belief that this is actually what's happening in a lot of these developing countries and emerging ecosystems as well, is because the amazing thing about the super bloom is that all of those seeds were there that were in that season of the super bloom, but they were just waiting for the right conditions to thrive. And we think that that also exists in the developing countries and emerging markets, where those seeds of potential, those entrepreneurs, those innovators are there, but we are not giving them the right environment to thrive. So very often people say, where are the entrepreneurs? Like Jacinda said, some people are saying, where's the innovation? Where are the entrepreneurs, et cetera, in these emerging markets? And we've seen they are there, but we're not providing them with the right conditions to thrive. So there's that also that saying that when people point a finger, there's 3 fingers pointing back at you. So when we were running these programs, we've been running programs in emerging markets for the last 17 years. And what we realized, one of the key challenges that we're facing is that how programs are getting run in so many of these emerging markets is they're getting modeled after programs such as accelerator programs that were developed in very peculiar places in these highly developed ecosystems like Silicon Valley or other highly developed tech and innovation ecosystems. But we're just bringing in some of the components and we're neglecting many others, and we're neglecting adapting to the needs of these environments. So for example, we might bring in an accelerator that's 3 months long because that's what we've learned these how these programs are run, but we're neglecting the huge amount of funding and research that went into project-based learning, educational funding, research and development at the universities. There's a huge amount of public sector funding that has gone into Silicon Valley and these other ecosystems that we often don't have in these emerging ecosystems, but we're just providing that last layer, that 3-month accelerator program. So what we really think is an exciting opportunity, what we've been working on for the last 17 years, is bringing more innovation into how we build up the ecosystems and thinking, how can we identify some of those challenges and then bring some of that entrepreneurial energy, that creative energy, that innovative energy to the ecosystem development side of things. And so in terms of some of the critical challenges, and this is some of the stuff that we spent time at in New York during New York Climate Week, and we're continuing forward with that, is seeing how can we bring people together to collectively identify the challenges that are really constraining innovation ecosystems in these emerging markets, in places around Africa, and then thinking, okay, well, what solutions can we come up with to not just unlock and help grow enterprises, but to help grow those pipeline organizations like Edith and Jacinda and Alexi mentioned, and also to help grow the ecosystems. So thinking, where is there duplication of effort? Where are we having these inefficiencies? Where could data effectively work to help bring some of that collective learning to these ecosystem efforts, and then really test them, deploy them, and then help grow them, not for a particular initiative, like Edith said, but for an ecosystem of collaborative initiatives. And so this is what we're working on at Bloom in terms of creating some of those tools, those shared libraries where people create content and then it's shareable with everybody. What are some of those assessment tools? What are some of those data tools that we can develop, but then also upskill and train and support all of that diverse network of accelerators and enablers across Africa to help there be this incredible growing pool. Already there's some great capable institutions there. How can we help more of them build momentum and grow and become these great ecosystem enablers on multiple levels? So I'll stop there, but there's some exciting discussions underway, and we're continuing that effort and really excited to engage more partners in building that momentum around, Jacinda said the highways. Maybe we can also call them the mass transit systems for the green enterprises and these enabling institutions as well.
Thank you very much, David. The green highway, possibly. I'd like to now move to Musa. So Musa Diouf is a Youth Adapt, one of the Youth Adapt beneficiaries or enterprises that we have been supporting of the 41. He's from Senegal. He's the CEO of Agri Expert Farming in Senegal. As a representative of Youth Adapt, Musa, could you tell us what impact the program has had on your enterprise, and also maybe some of the success stories you've had in raising financing? And then finally, if you could tell us how, as enablers in the entrepreneurship ecosystem, we could help youth enterprises better. How can we do things much better than we currently are? Over to you, Musa.
Thank you. Did to talk about
okay, it's not working, eh?
Price. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. Okay. I'm going to speak in French. Maybe you will have a translation. Okay, thank you. So, thank you. Merci beaucoup, Edith, de m'avoir ici aujourd'hui.
Thank you very much, Edith, for giving me the floor. Today, well, I'm Moussa Diouf. I'm an entrepreneur in Senegal, and as Edith has mentioned it, I'm one of the beneficiaries of the Youth Adapt Challenge program in 2022. And today in Africa, there are many people who have projects, very innovative projects for agriculture, technology, for waste management. There's a lot of people who do have innovative programs, but the problem is that there are many issues as to access to finance, and there's also problems in terms of training. Youth Adapt program did help my company a lot, and It allowed us to access the finance and the funds, and it allowed us to scale up our program in several sectors. And in the beginning, our program was only developed in one place, and now I can say that we've scaled up to several sites in Senegal, and we have more impact with farmers. We have more than 20 farmers that are involved with good farming practices, so smart agriculture facing climate change, and we deliver resilient seeds with climate issues. So we were able to have infrastructure that were built for our company, and the Youth Adapt Challenge is not only money, it's also some mentoring, and we did receive a lot of training, a lot of help, a lot of strategic marketing that we use. The mentorship that we used as well was very useful, not just the funds. So to the youth, my message to the youth: if you're a young entrepreneur, you need to be working on the field. You need to show people that what you're doing, to show your project, to make it visible, and you need to show the impact of your project. This is the most important thing, probably. And I think if you show the impact of your project, you will be able to convince donors, and they will probably be happy to help you and invest in your project. So this is what we do. And in order to access such funds, please make sure you have impact on what you do and show your impact. Show your impact. It's probably the key thing. And this is how we were able to receive more from this program, and well, this really did help us reach more farmers in Senegal.
It looks like it's the last surviving mic. So thank you very much, Musa. It's good to know that your enterprise has actually expanded to other regions. And maybe in your closing remarks, you should tell us what should we do differently going forward in terms of support for youth enterprises. I'd like to now turn over to Adriana. Adriana is the Youth Leadership and Education Lead in GCA. Adriana, I know that you've been extremely active working with young people across the globe. Could you tell us how GCA is accelerating adaptation through education and youth leadership? And what is it that we should do differently when looking at support to young people?
Thank you, Edith, and also congratulations for the excellent work that you are doing with the Youth Adapt, and also to the all Youth Adapt winners. I think that is a signal of inspiration and how it's possible to accelerate adaptation solutions and action. As you said, I lead the Youth Leadership and Education Program at the Global Center on Adaptation. I am based in Rotterdam, in the largest floating office of the world, sending also a message about the importance to make climate resilient infrastructure. And regarding what do we do, Edith? For GCA, it's fundamental to empower young people to be part of the solution. And we have established a platform to connect young people from all over the world. Currently, we have a youth adaptation network with members in 130 countries. And through this network, we identified that one of the gaps is capacity building. And we developed a partnership recently launched between the University of Nairobi, the University of Groningen in the Netherlands, to develop a train of trainers model that can help to develop skills and competences of young people to accelerate and implement adaptation solutions. The first cohort took place in Nairobi, Kenya in September, hosted by the University of Nairobi. And what we hope is to accelerate and also to scale up this model in other African countries. Also, recently, the University of Nairobi with GCA developed a massive online course on adaptation and also youth leadership available to students free of cost. When we are talking about adaptation, one of the key points and elements is about implementation and acceleration action. And we are here at the COP29, the finance COP. And young people also are calling on global leaders to double adaptation finance and to make finance available to youth organizations to implement adaptation solutions. And the model of the Youth Adapt needs to be replicated. And many other regions also want to learn about this model. In addition, because when we are talking about young people, we are talking about innovation and solutions. This year we organized the first Youth Climate Adaptation Action Day. It took place on the 12th of October, and we mobilized young people from 73 countries, organizing over 300 events in parallel, and 48 African countries. Here we have the report that will be launched tomorrow by our CEO at the COP29. And what we need also, Edith, is to accelerate these discussions at the local level. Finally, there is a very strong interconnection about adaptation and education. It is not new. You know, we have a very robust international framework. We have Article 6 of the Convention about education, training, and public awareness. Education was recognized as well as part of the Paris Agreement, Article 12 of the Paris Agreement. We have the SDGs, SDG number 4 about quality education, but also SDG number 13 about climate action. All of them are highlighting the importance of education and capacity building. But what we need is implementation. And how do we accelerate implementation is the model of the AAAP. It's through partnerships, bringing everyone together, governments, civil society, universities, and young people and educators. Next year, also as part of the second phase of the AAAP, GCA will also host some policy dialogues to discuss what adaptation education is, what are the competences needed, what are the needs of governments, and how we can support this process. Because education and adaptation is about people. And the final recommendation is, yes, if COP29 is the COP of finance, it is really a call for doubling adaptation finance and to making this finance available to the ones that need most, including local communities and young people.
Remember, it's the last surviving mic. So I'd like to open up before I ask my panelists to just give their last words. I'd like to open up to 2 questions, if there are any questions from the audience. Any reactions, any questions, any reflections? Okay. Yes. Eric, over to you.
So many thanks, Eric, and many thanks also for all of the panelists for the insightful comment. So I want to raise one question. Let's say we are able to mobilize this 1 billion. So will we have a market? Will we have innovators? If I'm looking the ticket that we have in the Africa Youth Adapt, we are talking about 100,000 for entrepreneurs. Will we have 10,000 entrepreneurs which will be able to absorb this money? So it's a rhetorical question because I'm working with the ecosystem for quite long already. And what I realize is we have to work more at the grassroots, at the seed level. So when you are talking about mobilizing this big fund, how do you create the pipeline of a startup which are able to absorb? So it will be good to know from you, in the first phase of the Africa Youth Adapt program, how much money you had and how many startups, were you able to use all of the money that you had in the pocket? And did you make compromises? So like, I just want to give the money and have the quality. So because it's just an appeal to say we have to work at the bottom of the pyramid to create a pipeline, so on different instruments, at least to have the critical mass which are able to absorb this fund so that we can. The universities is a big, we were talking here about unemployability in the panel before. How do we transform our universities into entrepreneurial universities? That is where the mass and the knowledge, the low-hanging fruits, so is on at least capitalizing, rethinking the design of the curriculum so that we can create this critical mass and design a pipeline so that we can come out, if we have the 1 billion and we have ticket of 100,000, that they will be able to be absorbed. I think it will be good to know, to get a bit your point, all of you, into on this question.
I think that's a very critical question. And I think you've also touched on something that we were challenged last year when we did unveil the winners for last year. Last year's last year's competition for the Youth Adapt program was Fourth Industrial Revolution Technologies for Climate, which means you're looking at really cutting-edge technologies. And we invited the youth envoy from AU, and she says, this is excellent. She comes every year. She's always on our panel. And she says, what are we doing to reach the bottom of the pyramid? Those in rural areas, those who don't have access to technology, those who don't even know that these opportunities exist. So that's a challenge that we're really taking very seriously. On to your question. Let me give you the numbers. When we started off, we had the first call for enterprises in 2021. We had 2,000 applications. We could only take 10. And I can tell you the majority that we left out was strong innovations. In the second call, we funded 20, and we got 3,000 applications. And in the last call, which was focused only on women entrepreneurs in the Fourth Industrial Revolution technologies, we got 1,000 applications. So it tells you the demand is there. The funding that we've been able to get, we've actually been able to use the funding. And we do very serious due diligence. Being a bank and also working with GCA, the due diligence has to be excellent. In terms of the selection of the innovators, we pick people from within the continent and outside the continent to be in the panel. So the panel is good. I can tell you the innovations are absolutely impressive. So what we realize is that we are sitting with a pipeline right now of only 41, but remember we dropped thousands. And I'm sure across, if you asked anyone here, they would tell you there are many enterprises out there that can be funded. And that's why I like this idea of working together in partnership. Because we are all going in the same direction, supporting enterprises, but we are working in silos. We are duplicating efforts. But if we came together and put our pipelines together, maybe the youth that I dropped in the last 3 calls could have been picked by any one of these partners and connected to funders directly. So that's the discussion that we started when we met in New York, to say we've got different pipelines. How can we work together so that the group of these entrepreneurs can actually be made available to investors that are probably looking for these innovations? A quick example, after New York, I got a call from an investor, big-time investor, who says, next week, I'll be looking at my next list of companies to support. And all I did, I just shared the brochure we have for Youth Adapt, which has all the entrepreneurs and what they do and the impact they've had. And he said, okay, I'll be looking at these as I look at other enterprises. Not everyone has that kind of access, and nobody even knows that this particular investor is actually looking for companies. And I think this idea of having a transparent platform where we can showcase these enterprises, where we can work together to bring our pipelines, can really make a difference.
So let me stop there and probably ask each panelist to just give their quick reflection on that as you give your parting shot. Thank you.
Fully agree and support with what you just said. And from my side, just two quick comments. We should not look at like only one or two parts of the value chain. We need to look at creating a holistic value chain. And the start of the value chain is not in the university or later, it's in the school. And so we need to encourage and empower school curriculums and children to have this entrepreneurial mindset, while also explaining about the opportunities that exist. And in one of my previous organizations, we created a smart, sustainable city educational kit, which explained to teachers and then to school children everything about the new concepts of smart and sustainable cities. And then it all ended up with a competition, like entrepreneurial startup school children competition. And from there, we can start incubating these ideas and then going further and further along the value chain. So this example was used at one of the FIFA football championships, and I think this was a great example of how we can address these issues starting from the beginning of the value chain.
Edith, I think 3 key words. 1, implementation. 2, partnerships. And the third one is about action. Implementation, we need to rethink education, as you mentioned, and to bring also the topic about adaptation. We have identified that even that many countries have progress on climate change education, there is a very strong focus on mitigation. It's about how we reduce emissions. It's about these consuming behaviors. But what about adaptation? We have seen that it's not about a discussion about the global south. It's about the global south, the global north. Droughts, floods is everywhere. And we need to prepare every person to cope and to adapt to the climate change impacts. Then we need to include this as part of the curriculum at the policy level. We need capacity building for teachers, but also educators and young people, and we need to accelerate implementation. And for that, we need to foster intersectorial collaboration, intergenerational partnership, but as well partnership among the responsible for the agenda of adaptation, finance, and education.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I really love what we've been discussing, and it really encourages me to continue to fight the good fight, because, it is a battle. It is an uphill battle, to be very honest. And I think that one thing to say is that the cost of capital, especially in Africa, is extremely high. And in order to get investment, sometimes, we need to have de-risking elements. We need to have guarantees. We need to have insurance. We need to have all of these elements in place in order to bring that cost of capital on par with other regions. So I think that, if I can say one thing, that at a policy level, at a government level, we really need to encourage them to find ways to eliminate some of this currency risk, or at least de-risk it to a level where the external investors can be comfortable. But at the same time, domestic capital investment is critical. The 2.4 trillion that Dr. Vera Songwe identified is half international capital and half domestic capital. So I think in that vein, we need to look at the insurance providers and how can insurance invest more in adaptation and resilience? How can pension funds use their allocations more wisely around these types of investments? How can we be innovative in the carbon markets to create more trust and transparency so that those tools can be used in order to support adaptation? Standard Chartered did a framework on adaptation to see what kinds of projects are considered adaptive and resilient. And to be very honest, almost all nature-based solutions have some component of adaptation. So this year, with the Climate Champions and Ambition Loop, we decided, we were going to focus that 50% of our pipeline is adaptation. As she mentioned, most of the focus in the past has gone on mitigation projects. How can we increase the number of adaptive projects in the pipeline? And to be very honest, those types of projects are agriculture projects. Those types of projects are mangrove projects protecting coastal zones. So there's a lot of adaptive components to the projects we're already investing in, and we just need to kind of highlight that and bring that to the front and really support those adaptive things. And then finally, I'll say, we really want to accelerate the number of projects. Like Edith was saying, what we find with most of our partners, CFA, XPRIZE, they get a huge amount of projects in, and then they're only able to support a few. And so what we're asking all of the investors, all of you, all of the asset managers to really do is to see how you can expand your portfolio in order to support more of these projects that are falling through the cracks, because they, like Edith said, they do have the due diligence, they do have the proper backing, but what they don't have is access to the market. And so the more we can provide access to these SMEs, and we know that SMEs are 90% of the market in Africa. So if we don't, if the SMEs are not a part of this change, then the change will not happen. So we really encourage them to, come, reach out to us at Ambition Loop, reach out to the Climate Champions, reach out to Lexi, and reach out to all of our partners and find ways to really push more of these projects through to close. And we're here to support and really help be partners, as Edith was saying, with these SMEs and small farmers to see how we can enhance their bankability, enhance their investability so that we can bring more capital into the market.
Thank you so much. As I mentioned at the beginning, so every year in Africa, they have a lot of young people or young generation that created innovation in climate change, in agriculture, in every sector, hanging from agriculture to poultry or food processing. So if I take the example of Senegal, every year thousands of young people come on the market, to create their own enterprises in Senegal. So maybe, they have difficulty to have access or some high-level fund like the Youth Adapt Challenge program, but the solution maybe come from the incubator, like you, who can, help those people, to make the enterprises to be structured, to be trained about, how to have access to market, how to search for funds. So all those problems should be, settled at the basically in the country level before they go to international level. So I think if you go through this process, sometimes we can handle with this problem and make everyone have access to this high level fund from the Youth Adapt Challenge program. Thank you.
Amazing. Thanks, everyone. Is it possible to share?
Yeah, thank you very much for that
thoughts?
point. I'd now like to turn over to David. Your last word.
Amazing. Thank you. I love this as a closing question. Thanks for the speaker. And hello.
No, it's okay.
Can you hear me now? Can you folks hear me now?
Yes.
Maybe. Yes?
Go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I think this is a great closing question, and I love the remarks, both the question about what kind of support are we providing to raise the level of support at a broad level for entrepreneurship across the continents and in emerging markets around the world, but also pairing that with Edith's comment that there are so many people who are applying, who are doing innovative projects, et cetera, but we're not yet at the level of providing that kind of capacity support at scale. Now, I love this idea of thinking not just that every university should have an entrepreneurship and accelerator programs and innovation programs, and especially those related to climate and adaptation, but every department of every university. So how can we really boost that level of providing that kind of capacity building support and at the multiple levels of the entrepreneurship journey? Now, one thing that we realized running these programs over many years is that, first off, it's actually quite easy to run an accelerator program, but it's difficult to run a really high quality accelerator program that are supporting enterprises at the different stages that they need support. And so there's two things that we're working on to try to build that momentum to provide high quality entrepreneurship education and training and support. One is around improving the capacity building and tooling for those local actors the accelerator kind of programs, giving them tools to help make their make running high quality programs easier, leveraging data, leveraging shared libraries, more upskilling experiences for those facilitators and those trainers and mentors and program managers, etc. But then also bridging the divide by having more virtual and online mentoring, virtual and online programs. How can we break down barriers of borders and geography around investment, mentoring, training, acceleration support, etc. We even love the idea. For me, it's been a part of my belief that one of the best things that we can do to improve access and break down barriers of inequality for the last 20 years has been, can we get people way more excited and run way more virtual programs and conferences and events? Of course, I wish that I could have been there in Baku with all of you, but also there's so much more that we can do through really invigorating and vibrant, dynamic, fun, effective online facilitation activities. So we think that if we can have that balance of enabling local actors while breaking down barriers, enabling more of those virtual exchanges and support and mentoring and finance, etc., then we can open up access to a whole new a group of people. And we like this idea of thinking, opening up an entirely new class of accelerators, which we call community-based accelerators, which are high-quality programs run by basically any group. This could be a co-working space, a university, a department, a chamber of commerce, an NGO, any group of businesses themselves that want to provide some of that acceleration support to each other. And can we dramatically boost that so that, like Edith said, there were thousands of people applying, but there was just the capacity to provide support for a small number. Well, can we change that dynamic so that we're actually providing support to those thousands and thousands of people at the different stages of their entrepreneurial journey? And we fully believe it's possible, and super excited about collaborating with all of the people who have been on stage today, this panel and the people who spoke before, and GCA and others, to see how we can really build that uplifting infrastructure at scale.
Thank you very much for a very exciting panel. I'd like to close with 3 takeaway points that I've picked. One is the need to support enterprises in their entire life cycle. And as a result of the experience we've had, we're actually expanding the Youth Adapt program to cover all the stages, including idea stage. The second is I like the idea of unlocking not just finance. So we should not just look at finance, but also support. And that if you're looking at unlocking finance, is not only for entrepreneurs, but also the ecosystem enablers and the financial institutions, for the financial institutions to also know how to lend and appreciate that. I also like the idea of the fact that when we are looking at financing entrepreneurs, it should not just be about the return on investment, but also what impact are we having. So dual focus on that. And then finally, the need to have this ecosystem collaboration that strengthens transparency and trust as well. So I'd like to conclude by welcoming everyone to join this particular movement to really try and see how we can support 10,000 enterprises in the continent. So with that, I'd like to hand over. I'd like to ask you to applaud the panelists. Thank you very much. And hand over to Dr. Alhamdou Dosuma, who is the manager of the Division on Climate Change and Green Growth at the African Development Bank. Over to you, Alhamdou.
Thank you very much, Edith, and thanks all for your active participation in this PPP forum. As we conclude, let me first realize that I'm going to be short because I see, is it over? I thought there was a dinner or something after the forum. I missed it probably. Okay. So as we conclude this forum, let me really tell you that I was impressed by the quality of the conversation we just had. And also the commitment, the energy that everybody has shown in this forum. It was really a privilege to listen to all of you. from Africa, but also beyond the continent. All of us bound by the same mission, make Africa more resilient to the impacts of climate change. Today, what we have been reminded of is that adaptation means for Africa something very important. It's not just a climate strategy, but it's all about protecting lives, strengthening communities, and ensuring hope for future generations. The AAAP has shown us that we are not sitting back as Africa. We are leading, we are innovating, and we are paving the way forward. And this is a very important takeaway from this conversation today. From the beginning, Vice President Kariuki, Professor Verkooyen have opened the forum by urging us to keep up the momentum, and the momentum is there. They reminded us that we have made significant progress together, but yet there are challenges that we still need to overcome. The demands are huge. Our high-level dialogue with CEO of NEPAD, Executive Director of CGR, and the Norway representative also reaffirmed that adaptation in Africa is not just essential, but it is transformative. That we need to mainstream adaptation across all national development plans in Africa, because adaptation is part and parcel of the development agenda in the continent. The AAAP business model and the related achievements have also shown the world what is possible when Africa takes the lead on adaptation. 68 projects were already supported in 41 countries, which is impressive. Communities are being supported in different ways. Innovative solutions are also being developed. And behind all of these innovation solutions and projects, we are empowering youth to lead on those solutions, as shown by the discussion we just had. There is something very important, which is about collaboration. And this word has come up severally between governments, including the banks, the private sector, the civil society, research institutions, local communities, youth, women. All stakeholders are important in this journey. So it is important that we leverage on this diversity of stakeholders in order to bridge the adaptation finance gap. Because together we are able to bridge that gap, bridging divides, driving resources, and also sharing solutions to reach our goals. Throughout today's discussions, one clear message stood out. None of us can do it alone. Because as indicated by, I think, VP Kariuki, the AAAP's success has sparked interest far beyond Africa. This is a responsibility. We need to keep the momentum going. And with this model now being replicated in other geographies, I think we are it's an honor for us, but it's a challenge that we need to keep on. And I wanted to mention the award that we received, I think, at the Africa NDC investment ceremony in New York. This is also a testament to what is possible when we come together. But we know that public finance, which adaptation is relying on mostly, is not enough, and it is dying. We need to be innovative. So our challenge is to bring in more innovative and private sector financing. And the private sector has to become a true partner in this journey as well, because there are innovative mechanisms that they are developing that are critical for this agenda, as well as other initiatives like the adaptation benefit mechanism that the African Development Bank is currently piloting. So I think I would like to conclude that together we can prove that these innovative financing instruments can work. It's not just about the concept, but these can become a powerful tool for a real change in Africa. We heard a lot of voices from different stakeholders. I am not going to summarize them, but these can also help us identify the opportunities to bridge the financing gap that has been already mentioned. As we look forward, let today's forum be a rallying call for action, as already indicated, because the Africa Adaptation Acceleration Program is now entering a new phase, and for that, we need to consolidate our progress, tell our story, and let the world know the impact we are having. So on behalf of the African Development Bank and the Global Center on Adaptation, I would like to thank you very much for being here, for your insights, and for your steadfast commitment to double down on adaptation finance in Africa in the coming years. Thank you very much for your participation.
Amazing. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you very much.
I don't think
the
anyone
session
can hear
has
me.
come to a close.
With the technical
Yeah.
team.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Very interesting. Amazing programs that you're doing.
Thank you very much.